PKA 744 with our guest Doug Polk. Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Harry's, Lock and Load, and of course our wonderful merch. Doug, thanks for coming back. It's been a long time. I know you're doing a huge $100,000 challenge, and you're a professional, so I'm sure it's going swimmingly. So update us on that.
Should be easy.
Yeah. So I've got a great update there but I just want to start off by saying thanks for having me on again, guys. I feel like every roughly 3 years, it's about time for me to come back on here. It seems like. So here we go for our third.
We're waiting for your NFTs to mature.
Yeah. Last time you told us that we were suckers for not investing in NFT.
Did I say Bitcoin and Ethereum, or did I say NFT specifically?
We heard of NFT, and I remember you were like, I can't believe you haven't heard about NFT because it is like the center of my universe right now. And we were like, what's it stand for?
But to put a point in his column against NFTs, he was telling us about Bitcoin and Ethereum, I think 9 years ago on the show, being like, hey, there's this Ethereum thing if Bitcoin's a little too rich for your blood. And it was, we all missed the boat on that.
I'm glad I didn't buy Bitcoin at $2,000.
Yeah,
it's way too rich for my blood.
If you go back and find my first clip on this pod, there's probably a really good Bitcoin take. But if there was a strong NFT take in the last one, I have to apologize to the audience.
The NFT thing for once, I'm like, I don't get it, and so I'm not gonna try to get it. This seems dumb, and it ended up working out.
That's the whole point. Yeah, you nailed it.
But the poker challenge that you're doing, $100,000 challenge, how's that going?
Okay, so just a little backstory for people. So recently, a big poker site launched in the U.S. called Club WPT Gold, and basically it uses the sweepstakes model. There's a big poker site called Global Poker. They launched like 6-7 years ago, something like that. And sweepstakes is a really weird workaround for gaming. We're seeing it kind of pop up with tons of stuff. You see it for like sports betting, you see it for slot machines. You see basically every gambling vertical. But basically, there's like a split currency thing, and like if anyone requests money, they have to give you like a little bit. And it's basically taking the sweepstakes model and then trying to use that to allow for gaming. So it is legal, but it is a loophole, however you want to look at it. But anyway, so like Club WPT Gold launched a couple months ago, and if you guys don't know anything about WPT, they're like a really big brand in poker. It's called World Poker Tour. They have a bunch of shows. You probably been at like a bar. You see it on the background. There's like some big pile of cash, whatever.
Yeah.
So they launched their U.S. site a couple of months ago. I work with a lot of the people over there at WPT. So I've been like promoting it, and I was like, I'll do like a big challenge, and I'll show like how easy it is to win on the site. Like I'm just gonna fire it up. I'm gonna win $100,000 a month, and I'll be like, all right, I'm gonna give it all away to you guys. I'll give away $100,000, and like it's gonna be a cakewalk. So I actually just guaranteed that I'd give away $100,000 if you signed up using my code, and thinking I would for sure win $100,000.
Right, you're Doug Polk.
We're 17.
Is it too late to use that code?
You can still get in there. The code is still active for at least another couple of weeks. So basically, I'm just giving away all of the $100,000 to all the people that sign up and deposit with that. But the problem is, after 17 days of action, as it stands today, I am down $38,000. So I'm just straight losing, but I'm also losing the money I'm giving away. And it's also been like fairly embarrassing, I would say. And so after about 10 days, I had to pivot because I'm like, I'm never going to get to $100,000. So I was like, okay, it's the $0 challenge. I got to get to $0 after a month. And if I don't make it, then I'll let my chat decide. They can either shave my head or I'll go blonde. I know they're going to shave my head. Like we can all agree, right? They're going to.
I don't know.
I would have gone blonde. I would have chosen blonde for you. I think it's funnier.
I would
with that hair up.
More humiliating.
It'd be like a very Super Saiyan look.
Ooh,
I would want you to turn you into a bomb pop, though. You know how it goes red, white, and blue. Like as you get closer to the top, I'd do something like that. But
you are correct. They're going to shave your head.
You want something a little more patriotic, is what you're saying, Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
No, something more humiliating.
Humiliating. Good. Perfect.
I don't know, man. You could still fight your way back. This could be the death and rebirth portion of your hero's journey, where you cataclysm minus 38K, slow crawl back. Everyone's cheering you on. Maybe. I don't know, poker.
It could. I mean, look, like the buy-in I'm playing is $4,000, and so I really only have to win like 10 of them over 2 weeks. It's like not even one a day. It's definitely possible, but I have to like start going in the right direction, or it's so the big problem with the site is that the actual quality of the site is really bad, like their software, because they just launched. They're trying to get all this stuff worked out, and so you could only play one table at a time, which is really slow. So I'm one tabling and I'm trying to interact with my chat and like whatever else is going on. And I feel like when you only have one table, you might make some moves you wouldn't normally make just to make stuff happen because there's like not a lot going on. And so it's harder to be disciplined when you only have a single table. And I think that's hurt me a good amount.
How many do you normally play? Like what would a normal day if you weren't streaming?
So I play heads up, which is just like one-on-one poker. And so normally I don't play too many, but I'll play between like 2 and 4 is like my go-to.
Can you talk to chat while you play 2 to 4 tables?
Yeah, I'm pretty good at that.
Okay.
Pretty good at that, I would say.
Or I guess you said it's the service. It's not the streaming that's preventing you from that. It's for some
right.
reason.
I was just curious, like if he could do 4 tables at a hand or at a time, would he have to ignore chat? Because
yeah.
Poker is weird with that. So there's a lot of different styles of streamers, right? Like some people are just trying to play poker well. But the problem with that is then it's pretty dry. So unless like the stakes are really high, it's like kind of hard for that to be that interesting, I think. And then some people like really like to goof around with the chat. And so like I try to do a bit of both. But the more you like mess around with the chat, it gets harder to actually focus on playing poker well. Because poker's a tough game, you know? There's a lot that goes into it.
I used to play a game, Escape from Tarkov, and I would grind off stream all day to make enough rubles as the currency in this game so that I could play recklessly and entertainingly in chat, and lose it at night.
Nice.
Yeah. This I mean, you're a professional poker player, so this can't by a long shot be like the worst down you've ever been, right? Like it's a big rebound up and down, right?
In dollars, this is not a very big loss for me because I've played some pretty big shows. It's more the fact that every day I log on and thousands of people watch me lose. And then the tides are turning in my chat. Like, hey, this guy's actually not that good. You can see, and I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm getting unlucky, guys. And then you just sound like you're a delusional moron that's like refuses to admit that they have a gambling problem or something.
Yeah, there's a big minus 38,000 graphic on screen. Minus 38,000 out of 100,000, and you're like, you don't get it. It's a bad string of luck.
I had a question about being good. So you've won the World Series of Poker 3 times, right? You have 3 bracelets.
I've won 3 of those. Yeah.
Would you say that the best poker player that year tends to win, or like obviously you can't be bad. I'm bad. I'm not a poker player. I wouldn't win. But is maybe like any one of 10 people it could have been. It depends who got the cards.
Well, so something to think about, right? It used to be that there were only like 10 or 15 of those bracelets, right, a year. And they had small fields. It was usually like the best players. And it's just turned into a progressively bigger shit show over the course of the last like 20 years because the casino wants as many people to play as possible because they make more money. So it's turned into, rather than having like 10 events with a high buy-in of like skilled people proving who's the best, it's turned into like, who wants to come on down and gamble for $300? And it's like there's like tens of thousands of people. So I would say, generally speaking, winning any event, and it varies because there's still like the high buy-in ones that have small fields, but most events you just have to be incredibly lucky. And a lot of times the person that wins is not very good. It's just like if 10,000 people play in a tournament, there might only be like 400 good people in that tournament. So like just law of numbers, like what's more likely, one of the 9,600 other guys wins, or like one of the people that's pretty good?
Someone's just going to Black Swan event their way to a bracelet.
If you watch, the main event or the World Series of Poker main event from beginning to end, almost every time you'll find the guy who won it. Like if you watch Chris Moneymaker's streak he went on, how many times he was all in on the bad side of the cards and just waiting to leave. And then they were like, another king. And he just kept, oh my God, he just doubled up. Now he's the chip leader. And it's a lucky streak a lot of times that they go on. And there'll be multiple times throughout it where, or Mike Mattisau's meltdown that time of the World Series of Poker when he was up so good. And like you just get on a hot streak or a bad streak in an event like that. And that's usually what happened to the winners and losers.
Yeah. So
just too many people to average out.
Yeah, totally. I mean, there are some smaller fields where it's less like that, but I mean, it's still similar. So like the bracelet I won that was the biggest, it was the buy-in was 111,000. Actually they try to get really cute with it. It's like 111,111 because like 1. It's like, okay, all right, we get it, guys. So anyway, but at the final table, I was shorter stacked and I went all in with like, I want to say like 10-9 suited, right? and I got called by a guy with ace queen. So my chance to win that hand is like 38-40%, something like that. So I have a decent shot, but I'm obviously an underdog. And I hit the flop and doubled up and ended up winning the tournament. And you just think about it, like, well, 60% of the time he knocks me out. I get 9th place, and then we're not talking about this, 6 years later or whatever. So there is a tremendous amount of luck, and this is something that's not even just in poker, right? Like we see it in like just the world. This tilts me like business guys. You'll see a business guy that's really successful. Wow, what a genius. He was so successful. It's like, well, he probably did some like really degenerate shit to get there, Like he probably had a moment where he was like, well, I'm going to keep all my shares, like YOLO it up is a good. And if he had just hit the 40%, like he could have gotten, stacked or whatever the equivalent would be in the real world, you go broke.
Corrupt.
So we basically always do this thing where we look at winners and just assume that means they were smart or good or whatever. And it's really not like that. It's just like poker's just mainly luck, man. Just mainly luck every day.
That's that's like my total novice don't play poker thing of like, yeah, that's probably mostly luck. And so to hear one of the best players in the world say that, because Kyle, you disagree. You don't think it's mostly luck, right?
Oh no. Well, all right. Like I think the best players in the world are going to win way more often.
Sure.
Like that's I believe that, but I believe there's obviously luck involved. Like there's a reason they even after our money's in, they'll give you the odds that he just described the situation, ace queen versus the 10-9 suited. They still dealt the cards, for a reason. And now let's see. So there's definitely luck involved. I just think over the long run, you beat the luck if you were a good player.
Yeah.
Playing against players who aren't as good.
Yeah, and that's like the key point, right? It's like in the long run, you get them, but in the short run, it's just anyone's ball game. Like anything can happen, anyone can win. And by the way, that makes it a really good game because like no one wants to play high stakes chess, right? Oh yeah, I'm totally gonna get Magnus today. You're not.
No, he's gonna win.
You're not. But in poker, even if you just go all in every hand, right? If you're playing one-on-one or whatever, your chance to win is probably like 40%, 38%, whatever it might be. So you're never really that far behind unless you're. The only way you can be really, truly terrible in poker is if you just are really conservative and you refuse to like try and ever win any pots. If you're just like, I'm going to just check this down and see if I win, then you can lose pretty much every time. But if you're just like kind of aggressive and just even spazzy, you're gonna win a lot of poker. It's just the way the game works.
You know how people overestimate their ability in so many things. I did that in poker. And there was a time like 2-3 years ago when like poker was getting popular amongst our fan base and people would give me $50 to gamble with in the crowd. And my dumb ass kept getting bad cards and liking them. I'd be like, 7-9. It's a bit of a fixer-upper, but imagine we get like a 6, an 8, and a 10. Then I got something. Yeah. And that concept of a fixer-upper lost people their money.
I'm next time I play a shitty hand, I'm gonna call it a fixer-upper. I like that. I'm gonna put that in my own game.
This hand's got potential. It just needs the right flop.
Yeah, it's got good bones.
Sometimes with those kinds of hands, though, you end up in really tricky spots. Like probably the most famous hand I've played, I was against Phil Hellmuth, and I called with a 10-7 before the flop, and the flop came Jack 9-8. So I have the second nuts. The best possible hand's Queen 10, and the second best hand's 10-7, and then you could have 3 of a kind, 2 pair, whatever. So Phil checks, some other guy bets, I raise, and so I make it like 7,000 to go on the flop, and Phil just goes all in for 100 grand over the top of my bet. And the other guy folds, and I'm back to me, and I'm just like, this is horrific because I know how Phil plays, and he's not the kind of guy that's just like, oh, I'm just gonna throw 100 grand in here and just see what happens. Like he's a generally good player, like overall, but he tends to be conservative. So, I was in a horrible spot. I thought it out, and I decided to let it go. And it's tough on TV because when you make a decision like that, if you're wrong, people will call you a moron.
I'm not a poker guy. When you say you decided to let it go, what
folded?
Happened?
I folded. I threw it away. I let him win the pot. I was like, okay, I'm not going to call this bet. And then I showed him my hand, and I threw it away. And you could tell he's like, and he quickly got rid of his cards without showing anything. And he's like, trying to make it seem like he didn't have it, but really he did. And so when we watched it back, you could see that he had it. And it's like, it's a great clip now because I made like a just about like the toughest read you can make as a poker player, which is like, I have the second best possible hand and I'm up against the best possible hand. You're always supposed to lose all your money there, but I managed to get away. So that's great. But if he was bluffing me And I did that. And now it's like, watch Doug Polk get owned. It's like stamped on the thumbnail.
Right.
Like, owned. And I'm like,
Yeah, it'd have you like soy facing on the thumbnail. Like,
Oh, no.
minus
No wonder.
100K or whatever the amount of
Right.
money was. Do you play so
Why
much
doesn't-
poker now?
Hellmuth
that,
needs
like,
to get that mole removed. That thing is so gross, dude. You ever sitting across the table from that dude and you just entranced by that mole on his face?
I don't
Where
remember
is
a
his
mole.
Oh, I love him to death, but I think
Phil
he tells.
Hellmuth.
I think he pays the cameraman to like.
Can
not
we get a
show
picture,
it.
Zach?
Oh,
No, honestly,
non-mole
any second you're spent thinking about that mole, Kyle, is a second you're not doing mental math on your likelihood to win.
Oh, yeah.
So like that's why like
hot odds go out the window.
Why
when
those
you see
guys
that
wear
hairy
sunglasses upside down?
some guy with like
that.
a lazy eye is gonna take the whole place by storm.
I
He's
wouldn't
the
like
only
that
guy that
either.
doesn't wear sunglasses, and they're like, we're trying to decipher where Terry's looking. No one can tell.
Come on, bro. It's right there in the middle of your face. Come on. Just come on. Lop it
Yeah,
off.
I guess I don't really like get into this kind of stuff that much.
I've watched
I
this
guess
man
I'm
on-
more about the cards.
I'm at work.
Yeah, he's at work.
I've watched that man on TV since I was 19 years old, and I've always thought, like, dude, just get it cut off. Just get it cut off.
Thank
Kyle-
God for that arrow.
Kyle, are there any other men's appearances you kind of want to get into right now? Do you have like some thoughts, some hot takes?
I mean, I just don't. I think that if you got some sort of abnormality like that, you should get that looked after. Like that thing could be cancerous. I don't think it's grown over the years, but I'm just saying, I'd get that nipped off.
Yeah, you had the eyelid version of that, and so now
Yeah.
you're hyper aware, hypersensitive.
Well, anything hanging off somebody, you want to get that taken care of. You don't want any dangly. Extras.
You don't want danglers.
No,
You-
I don't
you-
know.
you-
It looks
you don't-
distinguished.
You don't want to have fixer uppers on your face.
No. That's so funny. That's the one thing you remembered about that guy, Kyle. You didn't even know off the top of your head, like I do, that he's won 17 bracelets and 210 money finishes.
I had no idea, of course. No, I didn't. I didn't know any of that.
And an ITM winner, which seems to be like a tough thing to get.
And he's one of the most fun guys to watch on TV because he loses badly and he wins badly often too. And it's fun to watch that shit show at times. Go ahead, please.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say on there's a show called Poker Go, and it's like a really highly produced poker studio in Las Vegas. They do most of the really big shows, and there's like I think it was on a show called High Stakes Poker, which is like one of their premier shows. And then someone's like, "Have you seen this on High Stakes Poker?" I'm like, "What?" And they sent me a link, and he's just like on one of the breaks in between hands, he just goes on a rant about like me specifically, like calling me fake news, Doug. He's just like going to town. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm just like getting like, I'm not even on this show. I'm not even there. You're just like oh, let's have a little conversation about Doug. I don't get it. Why?
Why did he think you were fake news, Doug? Were you sneaking like jokers in the deck?
So Phil does this thing where, so my YouTube channel, I cover a lot of like news, like what's happening in poker, news, drama, stuff like that. And so when he does like his like antics, so he's famous for blowing up, right? Like he just has these meltdowns.
Even I've seen it.
Yeah, I mean they're very well known. And so when they happen, I cover them because they're newsworthy and they're also goddamn hilarious. So we look at them and like usually we do some trolling and we see what he did. And there was this one he did that was like particularly egregious, where it was at the World Series of Poker, and he was at like a final table. And I saw clips of it, but I wanted to watch the whole thing because it was so ridiculous. And for like an hour and a half, this guy was just like cursing his face off at everyone, like fucking cards, fucking, and he's just yelling at everyone. He's throwing cards, he's yelling shit, and then he's like, "I'm gonna burn this place to the fucking ground. I'm gonna burn to the fucking ground." And by the way, most people, if you do that, they're gonna kick you out. Like you can't threaten to burn down the building you're in. That's like not like
Sure.
a thing you're allowed to do.
Yeah, that extends beyond poker, believe it or not.
I can imagine that. But because he's Phil, they're just like, "Phil, please stop. Like it's okay. Just don't do it." So I cover this, and I've been making fun of him for like several years now. But in his view, this is my fault for covering it. You see what I'm saying? Like not his fault for being insane, like or whatever you want to call
It's
it.
the
Like,
security camera's fault for catching me robbing you. That's that's stupid. Not my fault.
Exactly.
Well, if you hadn't pointed a finger at him being all spastic, someone else would have. Like it's not like it would have faded away. So he needs to calm down.
Well, I think regardless of like who ends up covering it or doesn't cover it, if you're gonna go on to some kind of public show and behave, however, you're opening up yourself to commentary, and then blaming the person that's doing the commentary on what you did is just like childish. It's like, that's not how the world works, right? Like we all get to have opinions. We all get to like, say what we think about things, and then to blame the people saying something because you don't like what they say. It's just, I mean, welcome to America.
Was he saying like, he blew it out of proportion? I wasn't yelling I was going to burn the establishment down. I said I had matches and I winked.
I said the cards are on. No, he is I wonder how much of that is a show because look, if you sit there and you lose well and you win well and you win whatever his percentage of the time is or whatever his winnings are, like maybe you're not as famous. But if you're just bombastic and you are a show, win, lose, or draw, which he is, win, lose, or draw, he's a show. Whether you like that show or not, it's a different question. So I've always thought that, like, especially on some of those smaller shows where I don't know if, and you would know better than any of us, like how often is that real dollars at stake, or maybe a better question is how often is it their real dollars at stake and not someone like buying their action?
Well, so it depends on the player, right? I guess to just answer the first question. If you see a poker show and it says dollar signs on the stack, it's always real. I can't think of a single fake one I've ever heard of. It's always real because think about it. They have a production, they have a studio, they have like everyone would have to kind of be in on it together, which is just really hard. I mean, it's hard to get 2 people to keep a secret. You're going to get like 9 people and staff and production. They're all going to pretend. And then why is anyone there? Like, why would you go play in a pretend game? What's the point? Mm-hmm. So all of the games are always for real money. The question is with how much themselves do they have? I think it really depends on the game. So like, for example, last year I went and I played in $1 million game in Los Angeles, and it was on a show called Hustler Casino Live. And basically when I was on there, it's $1 million buy-in, which is too much money for me. Like I'll play like 200K or 250K, but $1 million is just way too big. So I sold pieces to a bunch of my friends. And then I went on and I had like whatever percentage of my action, I forget it was 25 or 30 or whatever. It doesn't really matter. And then if I lose, I can afford to lose $250,000, but I'm not going to lose. Like I brought 2 million with me. I can't afford to just dump 2 million off on this show. Like that's just, it'd be ridiculous. So, so for me, that was kind of my threshold.
How did that one go? We all want to know.
Yeah, I lost some money. It lost small. I lost like a little bit. It wasn't
just a little bit.
I lost a lot of different people's money.
Lost a lot of friends. Pretty lonely barbecues that summer.
It is funny how much worse it is to lose your friends' money than your own money. Like when it's your money, you're like, I'm an idiot, but I'm the one that pays the price, so it's fine. But when it's other people's money, it's like it feels much worse.
Oh, of course. The one guy's just like, this motherfucker, I've got minus $100,000 and like 6 worthless images of a monkey on a sailboat. I wasn't friends with him in the Ethereum time. Damn it. I made all of it back if I was there for that tip.
You could have been there.
Yeah, that would... So you do feel you play, I guess you probably have to fight back against wanting to play conservatively with even other people's money because you have that impulse as a pro of like, no, if I start playing conservative, I'm more likely to lose. Like I have to play my game.
So the rule of thumb with poker is if you sit down in a game and you feel like the stakes are too big to where you can't play the way you need to play, you've already lost. And a lot of people, they like to play in really big games because there's a lot of ego in poker. It's like, look at all this money I have. I'm so great. Look at me. Like, I'm so cool. And so I feel like for a lot of people, when they sit down in a really big game, it's ego. And you have to be able to play at a stake level where you're able to execute your plan regardless of what the stakes are. Because if you can't, then you're going to be playing a lot worse than you should be playing, or you're scared. You never want to be scared. Mm-hmm. Scared people get run over. So there is a fine line there. But going back to what Kyle said, where he talked about being bombastic, I think so when Full Tilt Poker and Poker Stars first got really big, like 15 years ago, whenever the moneymaker boom happened 20 years ago, there was just so many ad dollars thrown at all those players because with US poker, like the amount you make per player is so high that those shows would pay people to go onto the shows and promote their brands. When US poker got cut off in 2011 on Black Friday, a lot of those ad dollars went away. So like there weren't all those deals to just like go onto shows and get paid to do it. I think like as we see poker kind of come back to the U.S. now with the sweepstakes stuff, we might see that again. I could see it happening again, but the glory days were crazy. Like it was just all like basically old school gamblers just like yelling and doing dumb shit for like hundreds of thousands. You look back at some of those hands, you're like, what is even going on right now? It's crazy.
Look at what they're wearing. They look like NASCAR cars or NASCAR drivers, even with all the patches. Everybody's got bedazzled with like this website or that website, and then like I know Doyle Brunson had his own thing, like Doyle's Room or something. He always had that gear on, and there was this little. You could tell who was like the various groups were sponsored by various groups of sponsors, and there was clearly some stuff going on behind the scenes. I'm sure there was sponsorship drama and all sorts of stuff going on with that money, but. That was interesting. I liked that time. Literally, they'd be sitting at the table bedazzled with sponsorship shit. And it was like, this is crazy. Is there really that much money in it? When Moneymaker won and he showed every accountant in the United States that he too could be a millionaire by outsmarting the rest of the field. And then I remember those poker sets were like $100 for just plastic chips. Like you couldn't get them. It was crazy.
So I just looked up. I didn't know who Doyle Brunson was because I don't follow poker. But see, this guy's what I picture about a professional poker player. He's got a big old hat on. He's wearing a flannel shirt. Like this, was he like one of the? Was he like a? Was he more known for his look or because he was one of the greatest of all time?
So he was like one of the. Let me think about how to phrase this. He's like one of the first players that kind of went from the old school era where it was like Wild West gambling saloons to like modernized poker where it's like a lot more nerds and like just like business guys and whatever. So he like got to bridge that gap, and so he had a lot of kind of like old school like characteristics, but then also played it across all the eras. So he wrote some of the most famous poker books. Like his famous book was called Super System, where like he basically explained how to play poker and all that stuff. Obviously, the way that he played poker by today's standard wasn't very good because now we have the solutions, right? Like you can actually look up and figure out what the answers are. Whereas back then you had to like make up some shit, like, okay, so the guy with 5 teeth is betting. What's that mean? Whereas now it's like all just math. So I think like he played across a lot of generations and like pretty successfully and wrote a lot of like he's like he's basically like a folk hero for poker. He's like one of the people that really helped the poker become what it is today. So
nice. Well, he looks cool. R.I.P. to Mr. Doyle Brunson.
Yeah, he played like even in his later years, he was in an electric like mobility types thing. And here he comes. And like everybody in the poker rooms like stands up like the president just walked into the room.
Inspect his wheelchair for ace.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh, that's Doyle Brunson as he comes through the casino.
Yeah, it was like 15 years like that where he was like in that chair and just whizzing around.
Yeah. That's sick.
He has a son that's really into poker too. His name's Todd Brunson. But yeah.
If you were to take a typical, like an average top poker player, how much of the income comes from winning and how much is from content creation, like the sponsors, just being popular?
So it kind of depends, right? I would say for my adult life, for most of it, poker was illegal in the US. And so for like kind of generic white American men, there was basically $0 in sponsorship because there's no market here. And you don't bring in any unique people. So what I did was because like there wasn't really that opportunity, I made my own businesses. Like so I own upswingpoker.com. It's one of the biggest poker training websites, which might be taking a hit now that I can't beat these idiots on this one.
What's it called again? You said it quickly, and I imagine I'm not the only one who didn't hear it.
Sorry, upswingpoker.com.
Upswing. Okay.
Yeah, we actually have a March Madness sale going on right now too. So there's a good size discount and stuff going on over there. But basically, like my concept with that was we get like people that have actually won a lot of money playing poker and get them to teach. Because I feel like a lot of training sites is like, and here's Frank, trust me, Frank's very good. And you're just like, well, did Frank win any money anywhere? And you're like, oh, you're gonna love Frank. Whereas like our
How
side
can
is
you
like,
afford to pay Frank? Why isn't he out winning the millions still?
He got sick of it, you know. he wants to pass on he's more in the knowledge passing on part of it.
He's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. All right. You want to learn poker or not? Get in here. Oh shit. Okay.
Off the top of your head, do you remember any of the like old timey rules that people like Brunson or whoever had, where like they didn't have the math of it? So were any of them ever just like, oh, you see a fucking 4 clubs, you get the hell out of there. Doesn't matter the context. I don't play with them. Like just silly nonsense.
So there was like there's some old school thinking, right? So like for example, it used to be really popular to bet like a really small amount as a bluff, because if it works, the price is really good, right? And I think Doyle actually popular. He called it like the post oak bluff or something like that. But in theory, that's actually just very much not correct, because if you bet really small, then your opponent kind of has to just call you with like almost all their hands. So you actually, when you bluff, you typically want to bluff big, and then when you have good hands, you bet big too, and it's unclear what you have. So stuff like that was just wrong. And we learned more as we came along and developed. But like, I mean, it's not a very fair comparison, right? Because we have machines that just tell us what the right thing to do is.
Sure.
The machine can play 10 lifetimes of hands and learn to play in a way that, and Doyle Brunson spent 60 years playing and didn't remember it all. So there's a lot of flying by the seat of your pants, you know, but that machine is just perfection. That computer knows.
I've been watching chess interviews, and the current top players, I think everyone agrees, would beat any of the top players from earlier generations. The level of play has just gotten better, and it feels like there's a parallel to poker there.
Well, I remember when it was a big deal, like that Deep Blue machine was going against Kasparov. But now we talked about the other day how Magnus Carlsen can't beat the one on his phone.
Right.
On his phone.
Yeah.
I love that. I like that some games can be figured out, I guess, that can be solved. That it's an equation that can be solved and not a seat of your pants, shoots and ladders kind of situation.
So both chess and poker, I wouldn't use the word solved, and if I said that earlier, I would correct myself. But they're like, we have very good estimations now, right? Because both poker and chess are similar in that if you look at all of the possibilities, it's a gigantic number. So to truly solve it, there should be like a direct answer to everything. We don't have that yet, but we can start to approximate those things, and those approximations are going to be like quite accurate. So it's just changed the game immensely, because in both those games, I think chess is a great example, because it's like now there's like a computer that can tell you exactly what was correct, and it's way better than humans, and it sets the bar, and we use that to learn. Which I think the downside to that is it makes the skill set different. So like, and I'm going to say this unironically, back in my day, which was like, 10 years ago, that was actually pre-solvers. So I specialized in one-on-one poker, heads up poker. And I basically made up all my own strategies. Like I had to have my own strategies of like how I played. And, like 5 years later, we could just see if those were right or wrong, or 3 years later, or whatever it ended up being. So it's made it so that the skill set to be good at poker has changed from like who is creative and crafty and like hard to figure out to like who can memorize the most data, which is not great for poker, in my opinion, because it makes the game about memorization and who just like legitimately who's going to spend the hours. Like who wants to like every day show up and spend all the hours studying will have an advantage.
Yeah, I can see that.
Have you ever seen a Chinese student who has been trained on an abacus and they do that mental math in their heads, but while manipulating an invisible abacus? Like,
is that what they're doing?
Yes. So you'll see them doing mathematics in their head, but they'll manipulate an invisible abacus because that allows them to utilize the whatever connection they've built training with that with it. I would imagine something similar could be used for poker, because those kids, I mean, they're doing these rapid like calculations, these very difficult calculations. I wonder. Well, so I'm always fascinated when I see that.
It's more about like heuristics and theory, like seeing a situation and saying, oh, when I studied this spot, I knew that like when I have the ace of the suit out there, that means I should bet big, or whatever it is, stuff like that. So it's more just like creating heuristics for strategies. But I mean, the good side of that though is it's not like if you have a question, you can go out there and get the answer. Like you can if you have a hand and you get a bad situation, you can go out there and find out what you should have done, which is cool, right? Like you can actually get those answers. Whereas back in the day, you'd have to like argue with people. Hey, what would you do? Oh, I don't like that. And then like two guys would argue, and at the end of it, everyone would be mad, and that was it. You never even knew what was right.
Do you have a training app or something like that on your website where you can play out hands in that way and then review them to see what you should have done?
Yeah, we have a software called Lucid Poker, and it's like a trainer basically. So you can play.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay, awesome.
It's great.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's great. It's nice to be able to play and actually see what those solutions look like, and then you can practice playing hands. And then when you actually go play, you have this experience of things that it'll tell you when you make a mistake, right? So you can get your mistakes out of the way for free rather than making them at the poker table, which is a good amount better.
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why aren't there many good women players? Why do women suck compared to men at everything? Please tell us, Doug.
Get ready. Fake news Doug on the way.
So I'm getting canceled after this one. Is that what's going on? No, anyway.
No, we've survived. You'll be okay.
You just can decide not to be canceled, it turns out.
So I think there's a few things that go into that. And I think the first one is men are just more drawn to compete in like random bullshit than women, right? Like men will compete over like the most insane like you ever at like a party and like beer pong, I'll fucking kick her. Like men are like in there just like trying. That's just not that's really a men thing, is to just like compete endlessly on random shit. So that's the first thing. Second thing, I think that there's like more of a stereotype for women that like being involved in gambling is bad. Like for men, I feel like whatever path you trailblaze, like good for him, he figured it out. But for women, I feel like there are certain lanes that are like viewed to be sort of improper.
Absolutely, it's traditionally a trashy environment where the poker game would be, right? Especially for a woman, she might be the prostitute upstairs. If this is an old West gambling establishment, she's probably going to be in a bustier on a gambler's knee or something, not sitting at the table. And then like in modern times,
what century are you think we're playing poker in these days?
I'm going traditional. I'm taking it back a century or two.
He's purist, Doug, not like you.
Yeah,
but even some of the places that I would play in that were like bars that were kind of sketchy, like I don't know, there were pictures of naked ladies all over the walls, and like half a motorcycle was built into the bar. Like it wasn't a place for ladies.
Sounds awesome.
I think that plays a big role to it.
That's great.
And there's two last things I think that are like maybe a little more controversial, but so like if you look at men and women's interests, men are like an order of magnitude more interested in like science and math and like stuff like that, and women are an order of magnitude more interested in like people and like emotion and things like that. So
sure,
games that are science and math based will naturally draw men more. And then the last thing, and I think this is actually a huge thing, and it's a big reason in almost all games why men tend to dominate. If you look at the distribution of men's intelligence, it's way wider. So like men and women on average are roughly the same intellect, but men have like some real dipshits, and then we have like the like smartest people ever. They're like both men mainly. So our curve is way bigger, and that's why when you look at the best of anything, it's a little more likely to be men, in my opinion, because it skews towards like the that end of the distribution. So
yeah, all that checks out.
If you don't understand that data, you're probably a woman.
Which means you're not listening to this. Which means you're not listening to the show right now. So
I was just waiting for Taylor to chime in on his big head theory that always comes up when we talk about intelligence. Like, bigger brains are better.
The size of the brain pan is all that matters.
The bigger the head, the bigger. I have a book from 1874 that has a lot to teach you. Actually, I think it's from like 18. I bought a phrenology book on the internet. It wasn't even on Amazon. It was on some they republish old scientific documents. And actually I shouldn't do the quotes because a lot of it is old scientific stuff, but there's a lot of goofy stuff in there too. And this textbook from like 1820 is like phrenology or like facial structures, and it's like drawings of like the face of a suspicious man, and it's like a hook nose and like beady eyes, and it'll show like someone with like I think it's called an like occipital bump or hump or something on the back of the skull. Some people have.
You gotta get that taken off.
Yeah, you just got to get that ground off. Well, this guy would have agreed because he said that's a sign that someone is not conscientious. And so throughout the whole book, it's like, and some of it checks out. You'll like look at a face and it's like, looks like some Italian bruiser from a mafia movie, but this was 200 years ago. And the guy's like, never trust a man with this jaw width. And then like all his reasoning for it. And a lot of his reasons is like, yeah, this guy I knew, you wouldn't believe it. So
what percentage of your guys' audience is men versus women? Because you can see all the data.
It's got to be like 95.5.
The stats would say like 98% are men, but I bet half of those women are lying.
Yeah, that's true. We've got Woody's mom.
Yes, it watches every minute.
Nice.
Woodworth.
That's about all of it. Yeah, you can tell when our sponsor segments come around in the show that it's almost all men. Yeah. Women don't take our cum volume increasing supplement. It's
They're
just
not big on Blue Chew.
It's just for the boys. Lock and load.
It's for everyone.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. We haven't run those. We haven't run those tests yet. It does end up being for everyone in the end. That's true.
I think Taylor missed the joke.
Oh,
That's
I
did.
I was on the.
My audience is 97.3% men, and so it's a very, very similar. Poker is pretty male heavy.
There are some women. Often what happens is guys will they'll listen to us with their girlfriends, and then their girlfriends will start listening, and they'll end up being, I've heard that many times.
Yeah, the same.
From their girlfriends.
from the girlfriends. The ones that hop into our hangout to get fucked.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
We have a Patreon hangout we do if you're a $50 a month member, and we just have a great time in there. We haven't had a fuck show in a coon's age though. That makes me feel bad. We used to have a couple who would come in. It's a big video conference call with like 25 of us, the three of us and like 22 fans, and we do like 6 hours of this shit a month. And there was one couple that they'd really go at it. They'd fuck on camera, and it made Taylor so awkward.
I'm not sure what was better, the banging or Taylor's reaction to it.
It was so inappropriate.
It would be, and it's as dry as if in this call right now, another person were to introduce themselves, and just two people were to have not great sex while we sat and had a conversation.
Yeah.
And then we're all talking, and that's happening in one of the squares.
Yeah, just right there.
It was like
every now and then you hear like a pussy getting slapped a few times.
Oh man, it's like that meme where it's like the giant horde of people, and then the one guy in the front saying, "You're all wrong." That was me, because I would steal a gaze up there because you can't avoid it, and I'm like, you couldn't have picked up the room. You couldn't have cleaned the room up behind you. This is sad. This seems sad.
You were upset that it was a dirty room.
Well, I was upset about the whole cavalcade of events that were unfurling, which was like, we're trying to play code names, and then you just hear pussy slapping and fucking.
Nobody but Taylor wanted to play board games. I promise you.
We want to play board games every time.
Some of those young men in that call were seeing a vagina for the first time. Well, a human vagina for the first time.
Still technically digital, yeah. But I'm actually glad.
Shout out Midwest.
Those people are welcome back, but with clothes on. Come back with clothes on this time.
I tell them they're always welcome back without clothes on for free, because I love the fuck show. I think it's hilarious. I love seeing everybody get all awkward. The whole thing is just really fun for me.
Yeah, but it's like, would you think that like watching a homeless guy jack off on a bus was funny? Like
if he was in our call,
if you were in a car looking over, maybe. But
no. If he was in our if any of you homeless guys out there who are part of our $50 a month payment plan want to jack off on a bus while we watch, we'd love to see that shit. So I mean,
can you guys? Could you do that next week?
Yeah, we could do. One of our fans.
It is next week.
I'm just saying. How about the episode I'm not on?
Yeah. We do
needle
this in private. This is on the weekends.
Oh, good. That's good.
Don't worry about that. Yeah. No, we have a good time. We have a real cast of.
It is fun in there.
Of odd characters. We've got a guy who's been gambling his inheritance away over the course of the last year or so. He inherited, call it $800,000, and he doesn't play poker, I don't think. He gambles on like Filipino handball online and like crazy shit. And also he likes the ladies. He likes the ladies. He likes whores.
And he also
drugs.
likes drugs.
He loves cocaine.
Yeah. He likes cocaine. He likes ladies who accept payment for sex, and he likes gambling. Shockingly, this has been a bad investment strategy so far.
That's the unholy trinity right there.
I watch him and I'm so jealous. Because he just doesn't fucking care. They asked him like yesterday, like, bro, how much you got left? And he knows what they're asking. How much of the inheritance do you have left? And he's like, more than 100, less than 2. Fuck.
And this was
he could have answered that and said 9 months.
Yeah.
Woody asked him, he's like, bro, so what's your plan? You just gonna blow your brains out at the end of this?
That's not what happened. He asked me something. He asked me like what to do, and I was like, I think your plan is suicide, isn't it? Isn't it? Are you just slowly killing yourself until you run out of money and then just end it? Like, what are you doing? You had a beautiful future in front of you. You had like a 7-digit inheritance, and you've just been draining that down to a 6, soon to be 5-digit inheritance. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why? Even like when I said it, he had a good $250,000 left. A good $250,000 is the kind of head start that greases the skids for the rest of your life. If you put a $250,000 down, what is that? A free starter house? Something like that? I mean, maybe I'm a little out of date.
Yeah.
Or just put half down on your forever house.
Tiny little mortgage. And for the rest of your life, that man's foot on the back of your neck, that is that monthly mortgage payment, is a lot lighter. Because you were gifted that $250,000, all $1 million, but now you have a $250,000 left, and you stopped being stupid just for a moment. But no, that's not his plan. His plan is more hookers, more blow until it's out. And then he's asking me what he should do, and I'm like, just stop slowly killing yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was like
that way though. Really's put a scare into him either way.
I mean, but there comes a time.
No, he did. He slowed. All right, so he slowed the bleeding after that, I believe, and I think he also got like a job.
Wow!
Look at that.
I think he went and got a. Yeah, I think he went and got a job to like help staunch the bleeding.
Yeah.
I don't know about the whores though. I can't. You won't want to staunch that. Keep it up, Matt. I think his name's Matt.
I think it was like 800
organization after all, right? Help a whore.
What was the whores?
Help a whore, right? He's doing a good thing for somebody in need. Phoning them for cash.
Well, eventually his class of whore is going to begin to drop off if it hasn't already.
I think he likes the trans ladies too. I think he mentioned that.
So it already has.
I think they might be more expensive. You don't know.
I was going to say, what is the supply and demand equation for a tranny whore?
I have no idea.
How much for top dollar pussy? That's what I need to know.
Woody, this is in Europe too.
I was asking Doug, he would know.
When I was like 18 or 19, I backpacked through Europe with one of my buddies. And then when we got to Amsterdam, we met with some other guys. And we went to like the red light district to like see all of that. I don't know if you guys ever been. It's crazy. So we walk past, and then the red light ones are like women, and then you go to the blue light ones, and it's like transsexuals. And so we're walking past the blue lights area. And we're like, oh shit, we've gone into an area we probably don't want to be in. And then we get to the end of it, and we all look around each other, and we're like, oh my god, that was crazy. And then the last guy walks in and goes, damn, these women are hot, huh? I was like, I'll pay, but you have to go.
Yeah, just some guy from Iowa there on business thought he'd take one evening to look around. Man, it's crazy here. Yeah,
we're like, you know that those are trans women, right? He's like, no, they're hot. And I'm like, I'll pay. And he's like, no, I'm good.
Their dicks are out.
For a surprise.
You can look in the window.
It's like that internet video where they take the guy with Down syndrome to the drag show or whatever, and he's like, beautiful women, beautiful ladies. He's got the picture, and they're like, it's a drag show though. See, those are men. They look pretty, but no, beautiful ladies. And they get there, and I think he sees one of them take their wig off, and his face just.
Oh, why would they take him there and not like a fair?
Well, they explained it to him multiple because he wanted some beautiful ladies. You know what I mean?
Why would they pop his balloon? Like, that's the mean part. He should have just lived the rest of his life not knowing.
Just thinking that he had a strong attraction to square-jawed women.
Oh,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Little change.
Some scheme shovel-jawed dame. Just
little change of topic here. Did you see what Kanye had commissioned?
I don't know. A swastika hat? Like what's
next? Guess again. But hang on. Make it about Kanye though. You're very. I'll say this. You're hot. But it's Kanye West, so he's not a hat guy.
So it's probably shoes. It is shoes with a swastika on it.
Okay, he's a shoe designer, so that's a good. But wrong again. You're actually getting colder.
Colder.
The hat was hot. The shoe is cold. All right, it's your last.
Right.
That's your last little help.
Well, what else is on your head? Glasses? Maybe swastika glass. Someone else guessed to like take another bad idea off the board, so I can.
What am I supposed to do with this?
You're supposed to wonder what Nazi accoutrement he's selling now on his website.
Is it something he's selling? Can you give me a little guidance?
He had commissioned for himself something. He had to tweet out about a month and a half ago. He was like, "Hey, I'm looking to have one of these made for me into a swastika. Hit me up if you're this type of, we'll say, craftsman. I want it done."
Is it a tattoo?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. Car,
he
hat,
got
glasses.
an iced out swastika necklace that is so big and covered with diamonds, it must have cost $500,000 or some shit. It's iced out on both sides. Like the front and the back are covered with diamonons.
You know what's funny? It's a diamond necklace. So like some Jewish guy in the shop was like, I hate this every second of it. But I take pride in my work.
That's what Shane Gillis said. Shane Gillis was like, that must have been the hardest piece of jewelry to get commissioned in all of history.
Oh yeah. Everybody's shooting him down. And then one guy's like, I'll do it.
You know, I hate to say I like it, but it is the nicest swastika necklace I've ever seen.
That. If we're making this is the best swastika necklace I've ever seen as well, Woody. Frankly, it's the best swastika I've ever seen.
I barely would have noticed the swastika with his teeth. That's how dominating.
Yeah, he's got a diamond grill or something in that gives him sort of sharp anime teeth. You know, in an anime when the girl's got like pointy, like they're sexy but pointy teeth at the same time. She's like a sexy vampire cat girl.
Oh.
Like he's got those teeth.
I didn't even notice
this swastika
vampire
has like it has like depth to it. Like you can see the thickness. Like that looks like a heavy swastika pendant. Like
absolutely.
He seems like the kind of guy to brag about how much it costs online. Did he say anything?
I sent you a link there with images. I was hoping Zach was going to show a picture.
I saw the image. I just but like,
it makes me think of the Dave Chappelle bit, right? Remember Kanye told Chappelle, he's like, nice necklace, but billionaires don't wear necklaces. And then, you know, they keep their chains on the inside. They don't show off like that. And then he lost all that money. He's like, chains out, bitch. Well, here he is, right? Like showing his chain.
And
I still can't believe.
You don't think we can show his necklace?
Kanye managed to get that commercial during the Super Bowl and then have it linked back to just like his site with like the like swastika stuff. It's like, it just surprises me that was, I don't know, you want to say allowed or what? I don't know that you could do that.
I think he kind of baited and switched him on that because at the time he wasn't selling the swastika stuff. And then I think it was after like maybe a month or two afterward, he started selling or maybe even later than that, started selling the swastika stuff. But even his commercial was like him in a dental chair. Like
Jesus Christ. If it's, look, I'm all for free speech here. If the swastika is so no that you can't even show a picture of Kanye wearing it while we talk about it without getting auto flagged, then maybe he's got a point.
Well, that is retarded. I mean, to make fun of anything.
I feel like obviously free speech is a good thing, but when free speech turns into like, let's rally up people to hate certain groups of people during the Super Bowl, feels like kind of not cool to me.
I don't think he would have. If he
I
like been
like
like
Lamar,
doing
I stand by his performance.
If he would have been doing his Nazi shit in the commercial, there's no way they would have aired it. But he like seemed like he was high on, you know, nitrous and like mumbling out like, go to yay.com and buy my, what I imagine are like $800 sneakers probably made by an entire Cambodian village, just sewing that shit together. So yeah, I tend to, this is so much commitment to being a Nazi. Like if Hitler saw this, he'd be like, little much. Like,
he'd be so proud,
this is kind of gauche, you know, tasteless, tacky, you know. Like,
he'd be so proud. He'd be so proud of this. This would rejuvenate his spirits.
You think he would like it?
Nah, Hitler had better fashion sense than Kanye.
He'd love it.
Well, Hitler, I don't think he was making any fashion decisions. He was just letting Hugo Boss take the reins.
He knew who to hire.
I think in the next World War, we should get Hugo Boss so that, you know, 100 years from now, people are like, damn, look how spiffy
we should start now.
Right.
I think we could
they attacked their allies for
now.
No reason, but their dress code was dope.
They look fantastic. They were so fit. And we'll only need to send fit soldiers. Although that was a thing. All the soldiers in World War II were fit. There aren't really any pictures of big fat ones.
Well, they were
Now
all
we have-
there wasn't enough food.
Yeah.
It's like there's not enough food to be fat.
Yeah, we talked about this recently. The average weight of an enlisted man was like 150 pounds, and then after boot camp, it was like 165. Like they needed food.
Now it goes the other way. It's like 180, and after boot camp, it's 165.
I bet. There's no telling. I don't think we've talked about it, but recruitment. Say what you will about the Trump administration, but as far as military recruitment numbers go, it's the best it's ever been, or at least in modern history.
Really?
Yeah. Everybody wants to go fight those future wars for Emperor Trump.
Seems like a scary time to join up. I wouldn't want to go potentially fight Iran.
This is the time. Fight Iran. Why are you always on about Iran? We're going to take out Greenland and then Panama and then the crown jewel of North America, Canada.
No, we are the crown jewel, not them.
They're the hat. They're the hat.
Yeah, they actually no. We can be the crown. They can be the crown jewel. We'll just be friends again.
Exactly. I mean, we could be friends, or they could just be, Americans.
So President Polk, there was a Polk president,
Yes.
and he was like well known for expanding America. He was Louisiana Purchase, all this shit, or whatever, so some expansion. And Trump had whatever pictures of presidents taken down from the Oval Office and brought President Polk in there, almost as like a sign of like we need to expand the country once again and do like what Polk did. And I'm like, it's nice. You like to see your predecessors getting some play.
Good for you. Have you ever looked into genealogy and seen if you were perhaps related with President Polk?
So it's kind of interesting. So any president's lineage is super well documented. So like that stuff's really good. And then my grandma did this big genealogy research thing. So like I actually know the Polks going back like 7 generations. And they came from Tennessee, and he came from Tennessee. And so there's like an Alfred Polk I can't trace. And then there's an Alfred Polk in the President Polk's family tree. So it's like quite likely, but I can't like prove it.
Nice.
You should just say it. Just moving forward, just claim it.
The fact that you can't prove it means that no one can disprove it. So
I also can't disprove it. That's true.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
I want to see how much did he add to the country. Polk.
I saw.
And you know what? I even like the idea of rotating out the president portraits, because it does seem a little much where it's less like Washington all the time, fucking Lincoln all the time.
Yeah.
So we got a bunch of great guys back there. Let's rotate some new ones in, get some fresh faces. It'd be like, oh, you know what? I would like to know a little more about fucking
Woodrow Wilson.
Zachary Taylor. What did he do?
President Taft would be great to learn a little bit about, I think.
Yeah, we need to fix his legacy. It's all about him in the fucking bathtub.
Maybe a little Grover Cleveland.
Grover Cleveland. You just want the fat ones. you just want the big fat boys.
A little bit of a Chevy chaser over here.
Yeah.
Did you see what Donald Trump added to his Oval Office?
What did he add?
Comedy.
The original copy. The original copy of the Declaration of Independence is now on his wall.
Where was it before?
It is locked away in the Smithsonian in an underground vault. It is so sensitive to sunlight, they had to install curtains around it. So when he's showing it off, you pulls little curtains apart that are just on the wall and reveals the Declaration of Independence.
That's pretty sick, actually.
Yeah, that is. Isn't it cool to still have that? Like, it's when will that just fall apart due to being paper?
It's written on hemp.
Written on hemp? Does that mean it's going to take longer to fall apart?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's good. We got it.
Our founding fathers were geniuses. Forward thinking.
Isn't it crazy though that they came up with a system that's been this resilient for this long? It's pretty nuts. Like to have the foresight to create something that could withstand all this bullshit after all these years. It's pretty sick.
So far,
it's pretty cool. They say that they stole a lot from the Greeks. No, Greeks, it's all us.
Mm-hmm.
It's all us. No help at all. America.
We invented the Republic. That's right.
Yep. It wasn't something for eons throughout Europe.
Right.
Certainly
George
not.
Washington.
The term senator was a new word.
A totally new word. No one had conceived of this before. There weren't Socrates didn't have reams of written works on.
I saw all the goobers in Discord are pouring over the newly released JFK files. I guess they released like 80,000 pages of formerly classified JFK files So far, all I've seen is little inconsequential tidbits of nonsense. It's going to take forever for anybody to go through that and see anything. I had people like, hey, are you reading through the files? Are you retarded? What the fuck is wrong with you? First of all,
no, I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3. This elf isn't going to level itself.
Goddamn right. And that's something because I know how to level an elf in Baldur's Gate 3. What business do I have reading through 80,000 pages of files from 1960s? Get out of here with that. Like you're some internet detective. Let some expert look at it and then tell us what they found. They're like, oh, turns out.
What a lazy way to look at it.
It's 80,000 pages of old, like
if all of us
there's
would
not a
read
narrative.
Just one, Kyle.
If we could all read just
Kyle,
one.
Kyle, if I may, what you're saying is you would like the mainstream media to figure out what happened and then and then present it to you, and then that way you know.
Don Lemon specifically. I want Don Lemon to pour through the files, and then he'll get back to me on what the truth is.
Perfect.
No, I want I'm happy with like crackpot internet sleuths who are competent at this sort of thing and have done similar things. Maybe they have a legal background or a journalism background to go through the those files. But the idea that trust me, some of the people that I've talked to are going to go through those files.
I'm sure. Did you guys see some of the outrage with the MLK stuff that was released? Some of the stuff that came out with that.
Oh, I saw the where they were like the Soviet Union warned. I guess the Soviet Union warned us about JFK and MLK, and we didn't listen.
Well, I didn't know about that one, but I more meant like I don't want to say this in case like I read something like there was like a troll or something, but there was like some promiscuous activity and there was some like non-becoming behavior from MLK.
So what I know, and I thought it's always been sort of historical fact. J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI was giving him a hard time. They're investigating. They were spying on him. They were bugging him. And I believe they had an audio recording of him having like loud, boisterous sex with, I thought, his wife. But I've also heard people say another woman.
Yeah.
In either case, what you're definitely hearing is his, oh, Lordy, Lordy, hallelujah, that pussy is good.
Oh, that's funny. They should have released that now.
That's so dirty talk. I hope that goes live.
I have a dream.
I've heard that too, where they're like they held like sex stuff or adultery or impropriety over his head to try and get him to do and behave the way. So no, I don't think that's like a fresh conspiracy or anything. Like I've heard that for a while.
Yeah, but they had it like in the files they released like a bunch of shit in there. There was a lot of not good shit. I briefly read through it. I'm sure there's some, as Kyle puts it, some crackpot legal expert that can break it down for us a bit better. But I'll leave it to the professionals or the
folks at BBC, according to Zach, are saying that Dr. King took part in quote drunken sex orgies and quote coerced young women to participate in them. Oh,
it's on BBC. Wow.
So better take those statues down. Let's get out in the parks tonight. Let's start tearing those statues down, folks.
How young? Like, I would agree with you if they were under 18.
Let's see.
This actually makes them look a bit better. I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah?
Let's see. What do we got? Among its accusations are that Dr. King was surrounded by advisors with strong links to the Communist Party. His statements were always subject to approval by the alleged communist sympathizers. He was a secret supporter of communism, a wholehearted Marxist. His organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, set up a tax dodge to raise funds for its activities. And then, yeah, exactly what he said, drunken sex orgies and young women. Had love affairs with at least four women, including folk singer Joan Baez. Okay, I didn't know who that was. Yeah, this is what it says in the documents they released. King is a wholehearted Marxist who has studied it, believes in it, and agrees with it, but because of his being a minister of religion, does not dare to espouse it publicly. Okay, well, that's interesting.
Yeah, I was a little more interested. I was more interested in the
more interesting.
The orgies.
One room had a large table that was filled with whiskey. The two Negro prostitutes were paid $50 to put on a sex show for the entertainment of the guests. A variety of sex acts deviating from the norm were observed. Okay.
Oh my.
Tell me more.
Hey, sounds like they pay you guys $50 a month.
Yeah.
Dr. King would be a fine addition.
He would. He's smiling down at us.
Do you know
they would fit in great here.
The city of Atlanta? Dude, the city of Atlanta is going to go under now. You know how much it's going to cost to rename all those fucking roads and streets?
Dude, there's a MLK Boulevard in every single city. What are we gonna do now?
We call that crime alley.
What if they swing back too far though, and we have a bunch of David Duke boulevards?
Oh, we don't want that. I hope there's no places named after David Duke.
I don't see any kind of right-wing propaganda coming up these days.
No, certainly not that. I don't actually know what that guy's up to. I know the pictures of David Duke I've seen. Well, Dr. King is dead, but David Duke looks like he's had
alive?
a series of
Strokes.
of like skin tightening facelifts.
Oh,
like you remember in Always Sunny when like Charlie's on acid and he's like, your skin's too tight. That's what fucking David Duke looks like. Every time I've seen a picture of that dude for like a news story of like ex-KKK guy.
I can't believe he's still alive.
Yeah, he's fucking
74.
He's got way too tight. Do you see what I'm saying with the tight skin?
I didn't see a picture.
Tight skinned.
Yeah, tight skinned.
Yeah. Well,
Really?
I just don't, Martin Luther King, as you guys know, is a hero of mine. So finding
You
out
won't
all
shut up
this
about
now,
him. This is upsetting to you, I'm sure.
I mean, I dress up as Martin Luther King every year for Halloween.
Yeah, but I've told you to tone the lips down.
Look, I try to make it as realistic as I can. I'm sorry that my makeup skills aren't up to par. Okay, I'm just trying to show solidarity with a great American hero.
Just saying, I'm going to a party as MLK Jr. and then looking like Al Jolson, like just the most offensive.
Did you think the shutter glasses were like over the top? Like
I did. I thought those were tasteless.
Yeah, that's what everybody.
Anyway, was there anything else good about JFK or MLK in there? I saw a bunch of people making it to do about JFK and being like, oh, it was the CIA and Israeli intelligence and the mob was involved. And it's like, okay, well, these are all existing theories. So like, there's nothing.
No new theories, just more supporting evidence that is a bit vague and supportive of multiple theories, which is what we always find. There's no smoking gun. But some little details and tidbits. I think maybe it wasn't released earlier that Jack Ruby or Oswald was shot by Jack Ruby twice. I think maybe the report was once. Like maybe that's a new tidbit. It's like, who fucking cares? Like little stuff like that I've seen. But I don't know.
Dude, being president's pretty fucking dangerous. People try to kill you.
It is
pretty brutal,
Trump, they tried to kill him once or twice lately.
Yeah.
There was actually a third.
Is there a more dangerous job than president? It's probably number one, right?
If you get rid of
it's number one.
Other presidents, being the president of the U.S., I don't think is the most dangerous president to be.
I meant U.S. Just to be clear, I wasn't talking about
of all the jobs here, yeah, definitely.
Well, so how many? We've had like 47 presidents, right? Mm-hmm. And how many have been killed?
Well, not even. Is it 47 presidents or 47 presidencies?
45 presidents, right? Because two of them got two numbers.
Okay.
So then Lincoln got,
Lincoln, JFK,
and Reagan got shot. And you got to count the attempts too. Like I'm sure.
Reagan got shot.
Reagan's out there like, yeah, count me. It's not safe.
Yeah, Roosevelt got shot. Trump got shot. So that's
and then your health also like descends into like. Just terribly, like you age 20 years in like 4 or 8 years. Mm-hmm. A lot of presidents died like right after their term.
I think that might happen with Biden. Going out on a limb.
Yeah,
he's gonna die soon.
At 82, it's the dice roll at day at that point.
If I was a gambling man, Woody, I'd be taking the under.
Yeah, that's how you're gonna win this $100,000 back as a side parlay.
I got the under on Biden.
The under on 85. I think I would take that as well. Yeah. So what is that, like 4 or 5 president shot?
Do you?
They try to kill 1 in 9 of them or succeed.
Do you ever do any prop bets like that? Like any silly political or pop culture stuff? Like, is this celebrity couple gonna stay together? Like that would be a fun one, like the over under on a celebrity relationship or something like that.
Well, I don't do that bet specifically, but if like a good group of guys, you can gamble on whatever. I mean, so the Super Bowl is like the gamblers' holiday, the annual holiday. Basically, you just gamble on basically everything, and so it's just hilarious. You go out there, there's the coin toss, someone wins like 10K, and then it's like the national anthem, like, come on under. Like, oh no, it's coming. She's holding the note. Like it's, it's like and then like I've had a bunch of Taylor Swift prop bets where it's like I need a touchdown before Taylor Swift, and so you're just like hoping the Eagles get the ball. I don't know. It's like all this stuff, the stuff that goes into it. So there's some parlays like Chiefs win plus Swift Kelsey marriage was like plus 1,200. You get some good odds on that.
Ooh,
didn't get there.
Nope, they lost. And they're
I
not.
heard they're going to break up. I don't know if it's true.
I mean, that's the bet. I like those. I like that. Specifically, the coin toss is always a fun one, and the national anthem, like you said. I like the pop culture stuff. I saw the betting on the presidency was crazy online. We watched that very closely. We had a small bet here, of course, we're invested in the race in general. Because it's the future of the world. So we were watching those betting odds every day just go up and down. And I was basing a lot of like my confidence in Trump, or at least my early confidence in Trump, on those betting odds. I always like to think that media outlets will lie to you, or they can be manipulated or swayed, or they can just be giving you their version of something even. But a gambler will tell you the truth because money's at stake, his money.
Yeah. I mean, that's why markets are better than opinions. Like one of the things that really upsets me as a gambler is I'll hang out with someone and then they'll be like, and they'll just say something and I'll go, oh, that's not true. I'll bet you. And they're like, oh, I don't bet. I'm like, oh, so you're full of shit.
You're full of shit. I just offered to put $250,000 down.
That's even if it's $1, dude, even if it's like $10, just like if you say something is true and then someone says no, and there's a verifiable way to prove it. And then you're just like, oh no, I don't bet. I'm not gonna bet $1. Like you're just throwing out worthless words.
Yeah, Kyle's done that to me before on the show, where he'll knowingly bring up a topic and be like, "Did you know that in 1940 the CIA trained dozens of military dolphins?" And I'm like, "You're retarded. There's no way." And he's like, "Want to bet? Want to bet right now? Real money, right now? Bet." And I'm like, and I'm suddenly like, I guess they were training dolphins in the fucking 40s, because he wouldn't have this brash level of confidence.
Yeah. It only backfired on me once. Neil deGrasse Tyson had this talk where he talked about how two basketballs will go through a hoop side by side. And what he meant was they'll fit side by side, but they won't go through. The width of the hoop is almost exactly the width of two basketballs, which is much larger than you would imagine, because you think of one barely going in. And so I bet him that two basketballs would go through side by side. Neil deGrasse Tyson lied to me. He owes me $10.
That son of a bitch.
I didn't pay.
I had forgotten about it till now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 9 1/4 inches versus 18. So almost double, but not double.
Son of a bitch.
That is crazy. I didn't realize it was that much.
There's that much
bigger,
like extra room, right? Like it seems like it should barely fit. But
when you shoot a basketball, as someone that rarely does, you're like, this is hard. Like these people.
My suspicion is the nets I shoot on are smaller.
That's often true. They call it, that's the old NBA net.
Yeah, I got one of those civilian hoops, not like in the NBA. They use a big one. That's why it looks so easy. It's also 7 feet. That's why that LeBron James can get up so high.
LeBron James. Does your love of strategy for poker translate to any gaming, like video games, strategy games you also love?
Yeah, so I love video games, but I kind of can't play them because I just get way too competitive. And before I know it, 3 months have gone by, and I'm like yelling at someone for guarding the wrong bomb site, and I'm like, what am I doing? You know. But I really like Counter-Strike. It's like probably one of my favorite games. And then I really liked this game called Warcraft 3. It's like basically like StarCraft or whatever. Those were probably my favorite ones back in the day. But I feel like games nowadays kind of suck. It's like everything is just basically like. It's like, how can we make this more of a freemium model where we're like trying to sell skins, and like it's just, I just feel like I liked it when they made a good game that had some good strategy components, and there's like a lot of depth to it and a lot of skill to it, and it just seems like gaming is headed kind of in the opposite direction from that these days.
Jared,
you're dying to sell your game, aren't you, Kyle? I am too.
I wasn't going to do that necessarily. I was just going to say that he's mostly right, but there are a few gems that, and the reason that Woody, me, and Taylor each have a game that fits this model, where it's like, these don't do that though. These just make amazing games, give them to us for a flat rate, and then everything else is fucking free because they're in it for the love of the game. They're like communist video game developers of the highest order, and you love to have that in your video game developer.
I live streamed my game.
Gate 3.
I did a 5-minute rant about how glorious it is that there's no store before the start button. Because I just can't get over the fact that in our Lord's year of 2025, there's no microtransaction store. Like, you don't walk through the gift shop on the way to your game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Long after Baldur's Gate and Elden Ring are outdated and forgotten, Age of Empires 2 will continue.
Great
game. Be outdated.
Keep grinding forward. It's the best game ever.
Play it. There's a 3 and a 4, is it there?
They're not as popular. AoE 2 is like one of the most popular, or I think.
So
it
what
might
you're
be
saying
the most
is
popular
it's
RTS.
a dying game that
it's a dying genre.
How long before like computers won't even be able to run that game? You know?
Oh my God, we're so far past the point where like you could run this on a pregnancy test. Like it's the easiest. It's the easiest shit in the world. They will never make a PC bad enough to not run Age of Empires 2. That's so long. If someone tells you like, I failed the benchmark test for Age of Empires 2 multiplayer, it's like, what are you talking to me on right now? Like, now, do you have a can with
the only thing that
type?
annoys me about the fact that Taylor loves that 20-year-old video game and he's
They remastered it 6 years ago. It's great,
and he plays it a ton. His PC is like $4,000. It can run anything. He has a top of the line. Like there's not a component in there that he could have gotten a better one. He went overkill for modern games.
You have a 4090, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Dude, it runs Age of Empires 2 so clean and crisp.
I bet, yes.
I bet his monitor is not even set to go higher than 60 frames per second.
No, it is. I changed it.
I wouldn't be shocked if his monitor was plugged into the motherboard.
It's plugged into the motherboard, not yet. Or go ahead.
I did something a little similar. So I had a well-known challenge. We probably talked about it last time, where I played versus Dan Negreanu in like a big heads-up match. And so to study, I got like a top-of-the-line PC because like it can. I told you like there's software that can get answers to the questions, right? So if your computer's really powerful, it can do it really quickly. So I got like the top Threadripper, like whatever graphics card was at the top. I built this thing out. I just went ham. I spent like thousands and thousands of dollars on this thing, and then it ended. And now I just use that computer to like record YouTube videos, and you're just like, this is some serious overkill. Like, are all 64 cores engaged? Because I want to tell a joke here after this hand review. You know?
Dude, that's exactly the situation I was in. I've had this computer like 3 years now or so, and when I first bought it, Kyle and I were playing this game together called Total War Warhammer 3, maybe two or three.
I've heard of that,
I think 3, yeah. And it's like. It's not as sophisticated in RTS as like AoE or Warcraft. It's more just about the battle itself, but you can zoom in on it and the graphics are unreal how good it is. Like if you have a troop of like pirate skeleton warriors or something, it's not like they're all doing that like lean forward and lean back thing. Like they have little personality. Like some of them are taking a little horn out to drink grog and another one's yelling, and they have like individual voice. Like you can scroll down into any unit and like go ahead.
And there's 180 of them there, but you can zoom in and look at each one's earring. And you got a field of many 180s. It's
unreal how incredible the graphics are in this game. And after like 3 weeks, we stopped playing it and I switched to Age of Empires 2. And now it's like a refreshing surprise when my friends convince me to try a new game. Like, what was the one where you're flying around to other planets, Kyle, and you're like a fascist?
Starfield?
No, you're like a fascist and you're like killing bugs.
By the way, that game sucked.
Oh, Helldivers.
Like even Helldivers, when I played that with you, I was like, oh man, I have a great computer. Like this looks so good. And
Helldivers is one of the prettiest games currently in the world.
Yeah, it looks good.
Beautiful.
When I got this computer, I wanted something capable of playing games, even though I wasn't really into games at the time. And I'm like, 10,000 CUDA cores. I hope TurboTax knows what it's got here.
This is not a standard deductions kind of year.
Just change numbers and watch my calculated tax get updated instantly.
Yeah, I know what you mean about the games. Like new games don't suck me in as much. And it's because it feels like half of it's paywalled.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I feel like when we were younger, when people made a game, they tried to make it like a compelling story and like an interesting concept and maybe like put a lot of skill into it or whatever. And I just feel like that type of game is less popular now because they're hard and they're like, it's a little hard to differentiate
They're
as well because there's so many games. Games
like one of the things that I didn't understand is just how expensive. Maybe I misread the article. Did GTA 6 cost $2 billion?
It better be fucking
Did it cost
great.
as much as a B2 stealth bomber to make Grand Theft Auto 6? Like fact check me on that because I'm just
that almost scares me because it means someone's laundering money. Like,
according to a Rocksteady Games link, the total budget for GTA 6 will be roughly $2 billion.
Oh my god!
See what I mean? What? Like, so they spent a decade and $2 billion making that video game. That is going to be what you're describing. It's going to be a masterpiece. The same's kind of, I don't know what Baldur's Gate 3 cost. You see what Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3 cost.
Elden Ring was an amazing game, by the way. I played that one and shot.
Woody's a master of Elden Ring.
That's my addiction. Yeah.
Woody awesome can beat the game with a pot on his head and a shitty spoon in his left hand.
You know what I like about that game? It is like very skill heavy, like just like the dodge timing, and I like that I like when a game is hard and you can kind of figure it out as you go along, and then you like build up the skill set. You know, it's a great game. Shout out the Earth Tree was awesome, awesome as well. Expansion,
the DLC, yeah. I like it a lot. How many hours do you have? I'm curious. In that game, do you know?
So I did 2 runs because I wanted to like get so I did the one run and it probably took me like 150 hours, something like that, and then I did another run because I wanted to have like a new character for the DLC. So I probably spent like 400 hours or 350, something like that. It's
Doug would be a good person to ask our genius question too. We were discussing a couple days ago on our other show, like what a genius is, what our versions of a genius is. Could a genius be? Could it be just this one little avenue that a person has genius in? Because I was thinking about that guy who's the Scrabble world champion. That guy doesn't. I don't know what his home language is. I think he's a Kiwi. He's from New Zealand, so English. But I believe he won the Scrabble World Championship in English, French, and Spanish, languages he doesn't know. He doesn't
just by memorizing the dictionaries.
He got their dictionaries and he read them and he memorized the words but not the meanings. And then he proceeded to beat all of the natural.
Are you talking about David Eldar?
Whoever. I mean,
dude, David Eldar is a famous poker player who also plays Scrabble, and he's from that part of the world.
Yeah, David Elder.
Yeah, his name was Deldar in the poker streets, and he played like the highest stakes poker games in the world.
I'm thinking of Nigel Richards, a New Zealand Scrabble player who's widely considered the greatest of all time. He's known for his ability to win Scrabble championships in multiple languages, English, French, and Spanish, even though he doesn't speak those languages.
Another guy like that, not to derail the topic, because I do want to hear Doug's opinion on geniuses, but Pete Buttigieg, he learned Norwegian because he had an upcoming vacation. He's read some of his favorite books are in Norwegian. And I was like, really? A reporter asked him about it. He's like, yeah, that part's actually true. So she had him say shit in Norwegian on the spot, and he could do it all.
If I was going on like a vacation to Norway, what I would do is just like look it up on a map and be like, oh, it's over there.
but
I'm ready.
What makes a genius? Because like my definition was far easier to be a genius in than Kyle's. I think he might have stuck to the real one, which is 140 IQ. And I was like, like LeBron is a basketball genius. I've heard that guys describe plays that had happened with like play-by-play memory that I could never do. I see a guy who plays guitar. There's one dude who's like neck tattoos. He's Asian. Maybe some other people have seen him too. He is incredible. And I'm like, that's a kind of genius. I even extend it to certain people who just handle like people and like emotions really well. I'm like, that guy's EQ is so high. He gets on Woody's little version of the genius list, which is easier to get onto than some others. Can someone be so good at poker they're a genius, or do they have to have the 140 IQ? Like, what's a genius to you?
So poker is a really interesting game because there are lots of really smart people that play poker and are terrible because the skill set for poker requires things like, emotional control, discipline, being realistic about your abilities and shortcomings and strengths. So you have like these doctors and lawyers in poker games, like they're like the worst players. And you're just like, clearly these are smart people, right? Mm-hmm. So the skill set can be kind of different. I mean, I guess like when I think of a genius, I more just view it as someone that's in just the most extreme upper echelon of that given topic, right? So like, I don't know if it's like the top, like, 0.1% or 0.01%, but I just view it as like on a subject, do you have like a control, like a knowledge base, or maybe not knowledge per se, but like, do you understand it better than like 99.99% of people? Like within a field, like you're talking like LeBron, right? So like he's clearly a basketball genius. Now he's not a traditional genius, probably safe to say, probably. So I guess like within a subset, I would say that. But then like the traditional word for the traditional bar for genius, 140 IQ. Like IQ is like not always great. It has like some flaws in the algorithm, especially as you get older. So I guess I would just say that if you're in like the top very small percentage of people, I view that as a genius.
At that topic, that's closer to my definition, I would think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I like the excelling
because that's something that you can train to do. That's something that like you can take an average schmo and force him, like the Romans used to. You're like, you're a cobbler now, but please, sir, no, kill his wife. Oh no, she's dead now. You're a cobbler now. Bring the boy forth. And he just trains the rest of his life to be a fucking cobbler as hard as he can because they're gonna take his children's hands. Like that guy's not a shoe genius. That guy just worked hard and got good at a thing. Like a shoe genius is the kid who's like one of those African kids that make shoes out of old tires and fucking 6-pack holders, and you're like, holy shit, you made a shoe on your own. Your people don't even have the wheel. That's incredible.
I don't think what he means though that it's because like LeBron can dunk, he's a genius. I think he's saying like the way that LeBron understands happening
and processes the game.
And I don't know if that's actually something, because like there are lots of basketball players that are very athletic and have these, but then like they just can never make it because they're too dumb. Like too dumb at basketball. They don't understand where's the defense, where do I need to be. Like whereas LeBron is just brilliant with that. So I don't know if that's something that can really be learned that well.
You're selling me on that. Because it's a skill I have no even a shred of with basketball in particular. But I got to imagine that it's just a learned skill. It's the thing he loves the most, and it's the thing he does every day. And he's paid $1 billion to do it, and we're surprised he's good at it.
If LeBron is,
it's got to be in his genes.
The NBA is impressed with his ability to recall and see a game unfold. And those people are all paid to do it too. Yeah, LeBron's something special. He's like a current Gretzky, right?
And Stephen A. Smith.
Well, he's not Gretzky. There's a debate about whether he's better than Jordan. But like if LeBron James were 5'8", no one knows his name. He's not famous. He's probably
just because there's another good player in basketball history, it means he's not as good as the only good hockey player to ever bother to play that silly game.
You like hockey. I know. No, I just took umbrage with Gretzky's in his own league. You gotta put some respect on Gretzky.
You just saw him in that MAGA hat.
The great one.
Like this truly is the great one.
No, he's the great one because he has more points, more assists than anyone else has points.
Man, he fucked up with that MAGA hat. They don't. The Canadians love their sovereignty more than their hockey.
That's a mistake. They're better at hockey.
That's true. Now that is 100% true. If Canada was going to defend its sovereignty, they'd be better off having a hockey tournament than a war.
If there was like some obscure, that would be a great movie. There's like some obscure thing where Trudeau or maybe even the king, because maybe he still has sovereignty. He's like, all right, if you want it, play for it. And then they have to play a game.
America's so sure they could win a war. When's the last time they did it? Did they beat Russia and Ukraine? Did they beat Afghanistan? Did they beat Vietnam? When's the last time America really won a war?
Probably World War II.
You got to decide what you mean by one, though.
Well, I'll decide on the fly as I try to prove you wrong.
Yeah.
You didn't expect that, Chris Ross.
I think it's achieving your stated goals at the beginning of the conflict. So Vietnam's an L. We lost it to the commies, right? 100%. That's an L. But Afghanistan, we got Osama bin Laden. I felt like that was what we were there for. And the fact that they moved the flag to we need to turn Afghanistan into San Diego or something, or into Phoenix, Arizona. They're going to be just like us. If you move the goalpost to that, then that's an L too. But it should have been just we're after Osama bin Laden.
I remember a very large mission accomplished sign, so I'm pretty sure we won that one.
That was Iraq. Right? Wasn't that Iraq?
Must be another win. But it must be another win.
Yeah, that was a win too. Yeah, that definitely didn't lose.
You know, now I'm looking back on it, these are all wins, Kyle. That's a good point.
Yeah, there's and like the mission accomplished Iraq banner was so early. It would be like leaving Lord of the Rings after Isildur gets the ring. It'd be like, whew, the bad guys are defeated. Quick, easy story. Mission accomplished. Isildur is the guy who uses the shards of Narsil to cut off the hand of Sauron as he's about to kill him.
If that was Star Wars, there'd still be yellow words on the screen when that takes place.
Yeah, we did get a little over our skis, it seems, with Iraq. We're like, well, it's going to be done soon enough anyway.
I remember it differently. So what I remember is we went in there and the Iraqi army folded. A few weeks later, maybe a month, something like that, after Christmas for sure. Maybe in the new year, we got Saddam. They hung him. They killed him. We threw up a temporary government, our puppet, and it was like winner chicken dinner. Flew the flag, and then like a few months later, the insurgency began. We should have left and turned the cameras off right after all that shit I just said. There was no reason to stick around.
So, like Kyle said, the U.S. went in there. We kind of clearly won, if you call it that. And then we disbanded the Iraqi military. And now you have all these ex-soldiers with no money looking for something to do. And in comes the insurgency. It was a strategic error.
I think we should have left. We shouldn't have been there. We should have just left.
We should not have made all their fighting forces broke and hungry. It turns out that creates more war.
That was a mistake for sure. And in the first Gulf War, when we turned on the rebels, right? Schwarzkopf, we won the war, and the Iraqis were like, all right, we surrender and everything, war over. Can we fly our helicopters in the north and put down that rebellion? Those Kurds are just going ape shit. And we were like, well, actually, we're friends with the Kurds. We've been helping them fight you during, this war we just had. But sure, yeah, fly your helicopters, do your thing, quell that rebellion of our former friends. And they went in there and gassed them all to death. I don't remember how many thousands, maybe 5,000 Kurds were gassed to death, dead in the streets. Our former allies. That was a strategic.
The U.S. has a history of doing that. That's getting hard to ignore. Whether it be turning our back in the Kurds, turning our back in Syria, turning our back in Afghanistan, turning our back in Ukraine, turning our back in everyone but Israel. If you're the next person who needs help, and like America is saying, we'll be your friend, you better win this war in 9 months.
Just hearing the word Israel made my heart swell. God, I love that people.
Okay,
ally.
Everything our most important ally.
Definitely. Don't ask for reasons.
Where would we have been during the Revolutionary War?
If you ask for reasons, you're an anti-Semite.
Yeah. These people, we just got to keep going to the Middle East. We just got to keep I don't really like the Middle East. I got to tell you the truth. I don't think it's been a good thing for us. It seems like it's been a huge negative at every turn. We keep like running at that football. Like this is the time it's going to work out.
Did something bad happen over there or what? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what?
Actually, so my parents met in the Middle East. They met in Saudi Arabia. Both my parents are fluent in Arabic, which is they're very white. So
that's pretty sick.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, they would like say Arabic stuff in the house, and when you're a little kid, you don't realize there's different languages. So like I just thought when you go somewhere, you go yalla ya habibi, like that's what it means, like come my love, let's go. Like, and so I'm like a little kid saying stuff, or like if you're relieved, like hamdulillah. I said one of these things at school, and some kids just like, "What the fuck's wrong with you?" Hamdulillah.
That's so funny to randomly know just a couple things in Arabic, just enough so that if you say it in front of your Uber driver, you're then having to nod and like, he's thinking you're garnering everything he's saying.
I was watching, I was reading. It was the manual that U.S. soldiers were given who were fighting in the North African campaign during World War II. And it was some do's or don'ts when interacting with Muslim culture. And it was fascinating to read because it was very straightforward. It was meant for the servicemen to read, guys with little to no education. And it was like Muslims and it's like, make no mistake about this. When it comes to their women, Muslims are very protective. Do not speak to them. Do not touch them. Do not look at them. And it like went page by page on this, like how to like interact with Muslims and how to treat their mosques, and it was It was really cool. I love little pieces of history like that. That's why I was fascinated, and I'm gonna buy that deck of cards from Iraq during Iraq. When we went in to get Saddam and the whole regime, they made a playing deck of cards. And Saddam Hussein is one of the aces. Uday and Qusay Hussein are two more of the aces. And I don't remember, maybe Chemical Ali or somebody's the fourth ace. And then they break down the rest of the deck with lesser wanted members of the regime. And this was distributed to all of all the allied servicemen from all the countries. Millions of decks were made. And that way, everyone had on them 52 pictures of the faces of the guys we're after. That way, if they try to blend in or they try to hide among the population, you can pull out your deck of cards and be like, that's the jack of clubs right there. Snatch his ass up. And apparently we made so many of these that you can get them now for like $20-$30 or something.
Dude, I was like, Kyle sold me on how fascinating this is. I'm going to pop on eBay. 2 decks for $8.88.
Yeah.
There's a discount if you buy 6 or more. How many of these decks did they heckin' make?
We were in it for the long haul. We thought it was going to be a longer war, I guess, than it was.
They're factory sealed in plastic. 2 for $8.
Yeah, we had to have made like 20 million decks. And I mean, we sent like 250,000 men or something, but that's still like way too many decks.
Did you see there was a big story going around about how they did some sort of analysis on the pyramids in Giza, and some people are trying to say there's a bunch of additional structures under there that they don't know what they are, but they're saying there seems to be like pillars going down, and that there's like a big cube, like a 19 by 19 meter cube that the pillars are attached to, like some sort of seismograph or like whatever topographical measurement.
We saw the beginning of Jurassic Park.
I skimmed a little bit about it and watched a video, and it seems it's one of those things that just like dinosaurs having scales, I'm like seeing it, and it's so cool. I'm like, please don't be a fakery. Please be real. Please let there be something sick under the pyramids. I don't want to see 2 weeks from now someone come out and be like, those studies were flawed. They used a technology of seismogiggery that didn't actually comport with industry standard or whatever. I want it to be real so bad.
You saw like a month ago, they found like a new tomb with new sarcophagi in it, and they opened them on live television to reveal like a brand new badass looking mummy with all the like accoutrement, like all the riches and stuff.
That's sick.
That was neat.
That is sick.
I don't know. It is a little. I heard someone say that the mummy was a racist, character. The idea of a mummy being like a monster alongside Dracula and Frankenstein is racist. And I started thinking about it, and it's like, yeah, that's just how they bury people there. And our misunderstanding of it makes it into like a ghoulish monster.
Well, it's how they buried kings.
It's how they Well, not just kings. I think lots of people were mummified and buried in that manner. One of the interesting things about they would and this still true today, human nature is disgusting. They would wait to all the female mummies that have been found are in much worse condition than the male mummies they found. Do you know why?
Yes, because some fucking band of raiders in the year 1000 BC broke in and messed with them.
The mummies that have not been touched. Like they crack open a new sarcophagi. You got a male mummy, female mummy. The female mummy is always in worse condition.
I'm just guessing out of nowhere that the people who prepared the bodies treated the female bodies with a little more hands off, maybe because they're girls, like boobs.
Higher fat content?
It's the opposite of what Woody said. During that time, the fear was that your female relative would be molested at the old mummification plant.
Times never change.
If you send her in too fresh. So you want to wait 2 or 3 days, let her ripen up. That way they're not going to want to finger bang your grandma down at the mummification plant. So when you find a female mummy, she had ripened up for 2 or 3 days. They just rush him right in there. Get grandpa in there, suck his brains out. Put that weird goo on it. Wrap it up.
Put it in the
tight.
clay pot with the fucking Anubis on it.
Yes. Yeah. I love history. That's true today in that more mortuaries, crematoriums, anywhere where bodies are stored, housed, or facilitated in some manner or another, do not like hiring men for that position.
So how does Nicolas Cage fit into this?
Yeah. How does he fit in?
Well, not well at all. I don't think.
I didn't have much to contribute.
Looks like this mummy's been raped. What?
That's Simon.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that once in a movie, like instead of the cocaine thing where they touch the cocaine and they taste it. Coke.
That's powdered cum. It's like a like a voiceover of his thought process. He's like, I couldn't let the boys know I'd just eaten powdered cum, so I had to send this guy away. It's cocaine, I said.
Oh no, that's definitely semen.
Nope, don't you taste it? I've already confirmed. I'm actually throwing it away. You can't confirm it. Set in stone. Yeah, but I'm hoping that those big pillars that they're claiming to have found, some couple of universities or whatever, that those end up being something cool. Because it always.
What are you hoping they are?
I don't know. I think it would be fun.
I feel like you're getting at something, but you're just like, tell us what you really think. What do you want those to be?
I don't know what I want them to be, but I want it. I'm hoping that somehow it shows us that the pyramids were more than just a tomb. Like these giant things. Like if they had some other purpose, or they did something else, or there was a greater significance to them, like that would be a sick thing to know.
I want there to be evidence there that the Egyptians didn't build that pyramid, that it dates back to a structure long before them, to some like grandfather race of people that existed before the Younger Dryas like impact 10 or 15,000 years ago. Some sort of like an aluminum bar would be all you needed, like some sort of technology that could not some anachronistic tech,
something like a pyramid. That's something like a giant pyramid that they said they whittled with copper chisels. Yeah, which would be cool. I just want to know because it's always seemed weird that like all of that was for a tomb. That's wild. Like there has to be something else.
You know, they have like a Pizza Hut that overlooks the pyramids, right?
Yeah,
I did. I think that's really tactless. They should have like moved it away a little. I saw like Carl Pilkington on the Idiot Abroad show. If you've ever watched that, he's like eating KFC and he's like looking over at the pyramids and he's like, a lot more litter here than I would have expected. And it's like huge amounts of plastic
filthy.
Bags. It's disgusting. And it's like, you have the coolest thing on earth here. Take care of it.
Zach, find us the tackiest, most embarrassing photos of the Giza Plateau in general. Like I want to see three-legged dogs laying in piles of old Pepsi bottles, and I want to see poor children wearing Falcon Superbowl jerseys. But with like KFC, McDonald's, and the pyramids in the background. Like some real embarrassing shit. We usually give the Indians a hard time here because of their filthy ways.
They're another people that love litter.
They do.
India
not racially, just the country. I don't know who's running that country. It's probably not Indians.
Probably some Indian guy.
Probably.
Yeah, there's a picture I found from Alamy stock photo that shows a tremendous
That is
amount
a
of
lot of litter.
Yeah. Send a couple prisoners out there. Get that together. That's your calling card. You're Egypt. That's your fucking thing.
They should clean that every day. Like,
how is that possible?
Just a bunch of douchebags throwing shit out of their car windows.
I grew up 2 blocks from the beach, and the freaking at 5 p.m. when the tourists leave, our beaches would look like this. And every morning they were spotless. They had tractors that could pick up the trash.
Exactly.
Dragged every morning.
Yeah, there's a piece of machinery that's made for this, and I get that that's a big area. I don't care how big it is. Get to work. Get to work. Yeah. You'll be done in a year or 2. You know how long it took to build them fucking pyramids, asshole? Get to work.
I mean, I swear Ocean City's equipment could clean that place every night. We clean a lot bigger places than that.
You know, I still hear people who think that the Jews were enslaved and built the pyramids. They believe that like Bible story or that Prince of Egypt Disney cartoon shit. They think that was built by some guys getting like whipped who didn't know what they were doing.
Dude, if you need a group of people to perform physical labor, who better?
You know, you're
Jews?
right. You're right. the wheels of history turn forced forward.
Do you think it was
do
you think it only took 1,000 years because of how litigious it was?
It was zoning permits.
It was zoning permits.
You can't put a pyramid here.
Not in my backyard.
Now, according to subsection 3, you're not allowed to use the cat of nine tails 7 max. And here in this picture, this cuneiform tablet, if you'll flip to tablet 7, big happy things. Yeah,
Cat of 7 tails only, huh?
They had
that wasn't a slave army that built that over thousands of years or hundreds
wasn't
of years.
slaves.
No, that was craftsmen that were well paid, and they've got records of how those guys were fed, how they were housed, like what their like daily allotment of beer and bread and like various like things were like they have all those records. Like, those guys were paid and fed, and those are craftsmen and workers that built that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some cobblers in there too, Kyle.
Well, I mean, you're going to need some footwear. You're in the desert. It's hot out there. You're going to need a cobbler or two. But I promise you this, won't be a single genius amongst those cobblers, no matter how good his flip-flops are.
But the guy who was designing like the capstone or really any of the stones, probably a lot of geniuses in there.
Whoever arranged those things geometrically according to the stars in that perfect line and squared them all up to within a quarter of an inch or whatever it is, he was doing some math. That guy was a genius. Yeah. He didn't have a calculator either.
The pyramids are so fascinating.
The AI says Kyle's right. So he's probably wrong.
That's good. I'll take that. I'm about as smart as Google's AI.
I feel like some subjects AI is really good on, and other subjects it's just terrible.
Yeah.
For example, poker, it is just completely incompetent. Like if you ask a poker question, it'll say words back to you that sound pokery, but they probably don't mean anything. It's just basically just like making stuff up pretty much.
That's my problem whenever I'm an expert and I like use AI. I'm like, oh my God, is it this untrustworthy on things I don't understand? Probably.
Yeah.
Or like, definitely. Have you like the other day, I forgot what even happened, but somehow I was like asking the AI how tall I am, and the AI is chopped like 4 inches off my height, and I'm a little upset about it. I mean, it's how it starts. Yeah. And then before you know it, it's T1000.
Let's see. How tall is poker player Doug Polk? I'm asking Grok right now. He says 5'11".
Yeah,
it has 15 web pages up there that I'm not about to click and find out.
I think there's another Doug named Doug, and I think it's merging us. So it thinks I'm Doug. But
how tall are you really?
I'm 6'3", and I get it. It's not a big deal. But I'm just saying, like, just. Oh, by the way,
I'm 6'3" and you may be 5. Anything.
My Google search result.
Dude, the difference between 5'11" and 6 foot is 4 inches.
Yeah. 6 inches 4. Oh, 4 inches. No, it's not. I thought you were gonna say 6'3".
Yeah, but he pulled this from such esteemed sources as Caleb Height Wiki and the Personage. And are you calling everyone who works at the Personage a liar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, yeah.
Looked and see, because it'll like when you ask this thing a question, it'll show you like 15 web pages were cited in the creation of this, and you can like break it down and click it. But I've never actually done that.
And sometimes Google search bar will just like put so like there's one guy Antonio Esfandiari. He's like a pretty tall. He's like 6'1", something like that. And I Google his name and it's like 5'3". I'm like, the fuck? This guy's not 5'3". Like Google's just randomly burning people. Like imagine you go. He's like, oh my God, he's 5'3".
He's really interesting. Didn't he?
How about this, Kyle? Grok says FPS Russia. Kyle Lamar Myers is reported to be approximately 6 feet 2 inches tall.
That's about right.
Wow.
Certainly, if I'm in my sneakers, 6'2", for sure.
Well, you can't count sneakers.
I don't know. I don't measure myself that often.
You can't.
I was going to say like I would like to see the correlation between. We're talking about how males are often like ahead in various fields. I think see the correlation between height, because every time we go to a thing, it's a bunch of tall guys. Yeah, every time I remember when we'd go meet like all the other YouTubers who did what we did.
Yeah.
Or for me in particular, when I'd go meet gun YouTubers, like we're all 6'2" plus. Like there are like all of us were like everybody there, and a lot of them are like 6'4". Richard Ryan's like 6'4", And then Hickok and his son are both like 6'6" or some shit. They're enormous. I made them stand at the bottom of a hill. I said, stay there.
I dug a hole for him every time we talked.
It doesn't change how tall they are. Anyway, so like
the camera does.
There's a direct correlation. The taller you are, the more money you make. It's direct.
Yeah.
And they did this. I saw this one video like 10, 15 years ago where it was like they took two guys that looked identical and dressed them up identical. And one was like 6'5" and one was like 5'10". And they just took them around New York and they're like, how much do you think this man makes? And even what like people thought, like dressed exactly the same. They, like the average income difference, people thought the tall guy made like 100K more than the shorter guy.
I mean, if that's the case, then it's pretty good. It's like the people were right. Yeah.
They're probably right. Yeah.
Their lived experience was that. I wonder if there's like a goofy curve in regard to how fat you are, because I picture very fat people as either incredibly poor or incredibly rich, almost like an inverse bell curve.
I think you'd find a correlation between people who aren't just fat but grow up an outsider of some kind, fat, ugly, weird looking, just awkward socially, or poor and or smelly, like whatever your thing is. That makes two kinds of people: dead people and funny people. The people who don't turn that into being able to make people laugh, not at you but with you, have to go a different route. They end up dead. But then it makes a bunch of funny people. That's why I think there's so few funny female comedians, because they just get a pass. Like the girls don't usually rip on the ugly girl, not the way that guys do. They like shun her from the group and she goes and cuts herself and becomes bulimic or something. But guys will just like rip on the fat guy in the group all the time. They're like, Slim Dave is here. What's up, Slim? What's up, Skinny Mike? And the dude's 400 fucking pounds. Like,
and then that guy's wit becomes, I don't know, iron sharpened iron.
Girls are more sinister with it because they'll like compliment their big fat ugly friend and be like, you're so beautiful, you're so sexy. And it's like, that's so, you're like doing this weird thing where if if I had a like friend who was like 4'10" and retarded, and I was always like, no, you're rich and you're smart and you're handsome and you get a ton of pussy. In my head, I'm like, yeah, and I'm way better than that guy who gets a ton of pussy. And it's like, that's what it feels like girls are doing in those situations. Like, no, chop your hair off, get a pixie cut and gain 30 pounds, girl. And then inside they're like, haha, another one under me now.
Have you guys watched? I haven't watched the last episode or two, but you've been watching the White Lotus, the new season.
I have not seen any of it.
How is it?
Okay,
I've seen it get a lot of attention on Reddit.
So far, it seems pretty good. But there's like, this is obviously not a spoiler, but just like it'll. Have you guys seen the last seasons 1 or 2? White Lotus.
No, I haven't seen any of the show.
Okay,
I've heard of it.
The idea of White Lotus is just like you follow like 3 or 4 groups of people around like a vacation resort, right? And it's like the first couple episodes. Well, it's like a little murder mystery-esque. You don't know what's going to happen. Like some shit's going to go down, whatever. And so this season, there's like this group of cougars. They're like probably women, and they're like 40, 45 or whatever. And it's just following their interpersonal dynamics. And it's just so funny because of how catty it is. And like they like highlight how unbelievably mean these women are to each other for just like no reason. You're just like following them, and it's just hilarious to me.
Is it scripted or is this like
yeah. It's a massive show on HBO. I think it's
a massive show.
Everything I hear about it is good, except for the amount of penis. The penis to titty ratio apparently is just way out of whack. But that's modern media in general.
That's modern media in general. That's honestly one of the worst things that's happening to our country right now. Is the penis to titty ratio is fucking out of whack, and I won't stand for it, Kyle. We have to band together and do something about this.
Zach, show a gif of an American flag waving.
I mean, I agree. I'm showing my penis every opportunity now.
No, that's the opposite of that. It's the opposite of what we're saying, Woody.
I thought we were on the same team.
No, we want more titties and less needless dick.
I think
to be fair, his name is Woody. To be fair,
yes, he's just.
I think that it is a targeted attack on our morals and our society by some sort of a cabal. No, not the entire group, but a cabal, a secret slice of the male gay community, an angry older 45-year-old white gay man. Okay, these guys they have been shunned to the side Back in the 80s and the 90s, they were the all-stars. Those were they stormed the beaches of Normandy for the gays. And now what do you have? The whole LGBTQ plus has left them by the wayside. They don't need the 45-year-old gay white man anymore.
This is like the Chappelle bit.
So that group of men is trying to change society. The gloves are off. They're like, okay, fine. And it's all cocks. It's all cocks and male asshole. And it's no titties anymore. Never will you see like frivolous titties anymore. I never ever see it anymore. Just like a giggly pair of bouncy titties for the fuck of it before someone gets stabbed or hops in the pool or goes for their shower. I've seen every male hero's ass. Every one of them has to get in the shower and show me his fucking ass. I don't care that you're caked up, bro. Get back to punching bad guys, okay? It's bullshit.
Yeah.
I watched The Boys. We're not just looking at cocks. We crawled inside one. We're walking down the fucking urethra of a cock with one of our heroes.
Superhero. Yeah.
We're exploring that bitch like Gulliver's Travels or some type shit. Some sort of perverted Gulliver's
That was
Travels
years
nightmare.
ago. We made fun of how absurd and retarded that was, and you guys are still watching that.
It's
and so, Kyle, you can hate on these pro-dick, anti-tit norms all you want, but you're contributing to the issue by watching a show that's at the forefront of it. So put your money where your mouth is.
I pirate the show. Okay.
I didn't know you were stealing. I wouldn't have said it if I knew you were stealing.
Not stealing, it's pirating.
Maybe we need to tap into our 1.2% female audience here and ask them. Like, because I feel like men, when we see titties, it's like, sweet, this is great. But for women, are like, oh, nice, some dog. Like, I just don't see that being quite like that.
No, it's not.
All right, I'll take one for the team. Mom, would you comment?
Mom, yeah. Woody, Mom, leave a fucking comment. Yeah, no, it's definitely different.
Like, Law and Order could use a little cock in it, if you ask me. Oh, that Ice-T, I bet he hangs dong.
You see Ice-T's dick?
Yeah, Law and Order SVU.
What about Actually, no, I don't want to see any more dicks on TV. I want to see, actually, the dicks are fine if they're balanced out by, and I don't remember what my rule was, because I had a good rule for this, where it's like for every instance of male nudity, there have to be four instances of female nudity.
So you're going DEI on this?
I'm going DEI.
I would go like for like on this. I would say, you know what? You guys are aiming too low with your titties for every penis. I want to see vagina for every penis and chest for chest. Let's make it equal and remove this lopsided scorekeeping thing.
See, what you've done there is actually we were talking about genius, Woody.
This is my area of genius.
We were talking about genius, and Woody just nailed it because Woody said chest for chest. Men's chests are out all the time, so there's going to be a huge. They're going to have to be like at the bank showing tits just to make sure that the Woody test is fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
So they have an opportunity to do something very smart here. The new Odysseus movie by Christopher Nolan's coming out next year, I think, and Elliot Page is in that. Formerly Ellen Page. If Elliot Page pulls out his big old clit, I think that would break a lot of barriers. I think we need to see that.
That's genius. And to be honest, I'm curious.
Oh, he's got a fat chode of a clit.
That dude's on a lot of tea.
That's a lot of conflicting words.
No, it's not. No, it's not. They're all complimentary words. A fat chode of a clit down there. It's absolutely. It's short. It's very, very large around. Like a tuna can.
So my code on this new poker site is code Doug. And so I've been playing everyone when I said it's code Doug. And this guy sat me the other day across the table and his screen name was Chode Doug. So I had to play versus Chode Doug. Chode Doug is winning my money and then leaves. And I'm just like, I don't even know what to say about that.
He beat you? That's so funny.
What do you even say about that? Like,
all right, we're going to end the stream for today, guys. Stream's over.
What do you think about that, Doug? Is your audience good? I used to play video games with my audience. And anyone who watches like a gamer play on Twitch is really into games. They're better than you can't just pub stomp against the Twitch audience. Yeah. You think that's true in poker?
I would say it's a little less like that. It tends to just be people because like actually like really good players tend to not watch that much content. They'd rather be playing because poker's a game for money. So I would say like the average viewer tends to be pretty casual. And I play versus my viewers, like sometimes the lower stakes, sometimes the higher stakes, and they're pretty bad. And I tell them that, like I berate them while we're playing. I'm like, yeah, you guys are horrible. I'll take your money, but I guess they beat me nowadays. So what do I know? But yeah, I play versus them a good amount. They're usually like just more recreational players, They just
invested. What are you down 38 now? 38K?
I'm down 30. You can go to codedoug.com and you can see my little face in a graph of how I'm going. It is not good. But yeah, so I have to end at $0 or I'm gonna have to shave my head.
This picture of your head. This was taken way before the lawsuit.
Yeah, you were already green 6 days ago. Yeah.
Pull the graph up. Yeah, so I actually had like 10 straight winning days, and I was actually kind of gloating. I'm like, yeah, I got this shit. See, it's easy. Like I'm crushing these guys. And then all of a sudden it was just like, doom switch. Just all over. And I lost like, I don't know, 20. How much did I lose in one day? 30?
Oh,
it says worst day, minus 36,480.
Yeah.
I saw that hand, I think, online.
Yeah, there's the challenge. Yeah, it's not going good, guys.
Oh,
it's
now that you should change it so you're not smiling in the picture anymore.
Yeah.
you should treat it like Doom, how your avatar as he takes damage, it becomes like more bloody and like roughed up as it goes on.
In Doom, when your health is low, the guy gets some black eyes. He gets like a bloody nose. That would fit this too.
Sure, I'll put in a word with my team.
And it started well. Yeah, if you can gain 10,000.
You probably take this down, Zach. I mean, it can...
the worst thing too is like the people I'm losing to. Like that day I lost 35,000. I got in contact with the guy I lost to, and he's like, "Man, I like never really play, and it was so cool getting to do that, and like, wow, I hit a lot of big hands." And I'm just like, I hate myself so much. Kill me. Like
this guy.
Just end my misery at this point.
Did you want to hear like an awkward college genius? He's like, yeah, I'm supposed to be studying for my finals, but I've been going over my plays for months now, and it's just such an honor to play against you. This is all I really do in my spare time. Did you want to hear that?
I guess. I don't know.
But really, it's some guy who's like, dude, I was so trashed last night, I forgot I even signed on to play.
Where'd all this money?
All the cards were blurry.
I got all clovers.
Yeah, I got all clovers. All red.
I woke up and I had a bunch of money in my account. Did I play last night? Oh yeah, you played Doug. Oh, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, you'll do it. You can grind back.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna do my best. It'll be fun. I mean, try to have a good time with it and do my best and end at zero.
Because your up days are not as noteworthy as your down days.
The problem
There's really one down day doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Two. One especially, you're right. But,
yeah.
I mean, I would say the three biggest movers are all downs.
Yeah. Well, I was up 20K and I just like fucking just punted it. I know it sounds delusional, but I have been getting really unlucky.
Do you ever use that thumbnail for your videos where it's like the coal miner who turned away from the diamonds at the last little bit of
yeah. Dude, I put that in one of my videos like a month ago. That one, yeah.
Guys, the only trick to gambling is to never stop.
It's like this. So there's one guy and he's like, digging. He's gonna get to the diamond. And the other guy turns away and he's this close to the diamonds. And it's just like, this commercial is brought to you by the casinos of Las Vegas.
Right?
I like those.
9 out of 10 gamblers quit just before they hit it big.
All right. Before we jump on to whatever the next topic we want to discuss, we're going to hear from a wonderful sponsor, and that's Harry's. Today's episode of PKA is sponsored by Harry's. Everyone in the comedy world knows not every joke delivers, but Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better designed shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. We originally tried the starter set from Harry's, which was a great entry point, and then I personally upgraded to the Winston set, and I've been using that to clean myself up for a while. I love the weight and feel of the handle, and obviously the blades go across with such a satisfying smooth glide, no nicking. Plus, I look forward to the smell of that foaming gel anytime I gotta use it. It's a fantastic combination, not too strong or tough on the skin like a lot of other products I've used over the years. Harry's utilizes German-engineered blades made in their own factory that stay sharp longer. Plus, they've got customizable delivery options for scheduled refills as low as $2, half of what you pay for other big brands. Plus, outside of that foaming gel, they also offer body washes that create such a rich lather that's moisturizing for the skin in scents such as redwood, wildlands, and stone. I can't complain about their extra strength, high quality deodorant as well. It's just $5 and smells fantastic while lasting the day. Harry's has a no risk trial, so if you don't like your shave, no worries. It's on them. That, coupled with their convenient subscription model, means you're able to cancel at any time. But trust us, you're not going to be wanting to once you make their grooming products part of your daily routine. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/painkiller. That's harrys.com/painkiller for a $3 trial set. Again, harrys.com/painkiller. Get your $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/painkiller. That link is below, and don't forget to use the code painkiller so they know that we sent you. Harry's. Big thanks to Harry's, folks. This episode's also brought to you by Lock and Load, the finest jism increasing supplement to ever even hit the market. All the other guys, they're trying to rip you off. They go take this little pill once a day and it's going to make you come more. Nah, bitch, it takes 6 fucking horse pills a day to do that. 3 in the morning and 3 at night, and stay hydrated. We worked with Derek of Merrick Health, of Gorilla Mind. He's an expert on efficacious dosages. Do you know how much easier and how fewer texts and conversation threads we would have had to do if we just would have said, yeah, just throw in whatever amount of anything. But Kyle and I said, no, we want our listeners absolutely creaming. And so we stuck to our guns. We fought for what we believe in. And now we have the finest cum increasing supplement on any side of the Mississippi. I was about to sell a short.
I spoke to someone this week and they were like, that's a joke product, right? And I'm like, how many times do we fucking have to tell you? No, it's not a joke product. We worked so goddamn hard on that product. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of product. You have no idea the investment of time, effort, money, personnel that went into this maximizing product. It works fantastically.
I worked my fingers to the bone.
I love the reviews.
Like this.
I love the reviews, by the way. I like it. Works really well for me. Down to business. We're not messing around in that review. There's no frills.
No frills. See, that guy's got a lot of sex to have. He's just doing us a good service by throwing a review out there because his girlfriend's dragging him back to the bedroom.
Some of these reviews are incredible, comically effective.
Dude, I'm serious. The reason that, like, if this were a meme joke product, it would have had like one silly sell, and then we never would have needed to re-up ever. It's years into this now, and we have to keep getting more product because it works. It does. Like, there's a lot of good stuff in here.
Does exactly what it says.
Yeah. We wouldn't have good reviews if it didn't work well. And so use code PKA or code JIZ to get 10% off of your Lock and Load. And it's not just Lock and Load, it's anything over at gorillamind.com. Pre-workouts, workout supplements, protein bars, protein powders, collagens, and all of his supplements for sleep, dreaming, weight loss. He's got supplements for everything. Derek is like hyper fixated on making efficacious products, and so we were very fortunate to be partnered with him in this. So use our code PKA or JIZ for any products over there, and remember to use code PKA10 if you want 10% off any of our merch. That link is below as well. So if you want a sweater or a hoodie or a hat, or
only if you're a poor though. If you're a real baller, you won't even need the code, right? You'll just give us that 10%.
That's true. If you're a real cool guy with lots of money, if you're a guy banging hookers and doing a lot of cocaine in Europe,
Matt,
you don't
if you
need
use that
this.
code, fuck you. Fuck you, because I know for a fact you tip those Filipino lady boys $150 each. All right.
So everyone else other than Matt, use code PKA10. Matt, you pay full price for the sweaters and stuff.
By the way, they talk about this over on your guys' Reddit, and I love some of the comments in here. Talking about Lock and Load for fertility purposes. And I love this comment, one of the top ones. If your girlfriend listens to this show, then she has a penis.
I mean, mostly true. And also, we can't, this is not going to increase, or we can't prove this is going to increase your fertility. It's not meant for that. It's made for better orgasms and bigger loads. And so it
more
will do
volume,
that.
more
projectile force, better comes. Yeah. I think if you wanted more, I don't know what all I know about fertility raising techniques is basically what I saw in that King of the Hill episode where the doctor tells Hank to switch to briefs, or to switch to boxers and to keep like your scrotum cold.
You know, if you heat those bad boys up.
Yeah.
Yes, I boil them. Yeah, I've got a little kettle that I keep under my desk, and I steep my testes.
Steep them in a tea.
His lady drinks hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah, I steep my testes until they're ripened, And
Woody, when did you get to an age where you started like noticeably being like, my balls didn't hang this low before?
I don't think that's really happened to me. I'm like, does that happen to everybody? I'm pretty happy with my nutsack. It's a pleasure to behold.
Draw a line on your thigh and just every day.
I'm gonna get a tattoo on my thigh. So.
I got
kids, the corner on the wall where it's like 10, 11, 12.
I've got this one friend who's like very proud of like, exactly how low they've dropped at this point in his life. He's like, bro, my nuts are like way down there. And it's like, I was like, I don't want to check him out. But my buddy's like, I'll take a peek. And he's like, very long, like impressively long.
That's so
now
funny.
You make me want it. I don't know.
He's like talking about like, so people with long nuts, they have their own set of problems. He's like, toilets, right? Because like you sit in the toilet, boom, you're splashing.
Right. I'm not splashing. I've heard sitting on them is a hazard. I've never had that. I can't relate to it. Maybe I'm just tiny bald. I don't know.
I mean, it is more, there's like a temperature in spring where I think the scrotum is at its most comfortable, because it's in like really cold weather. It's not as comfortable when it's super tight up. But then in like hot summer, when you've got like the taffy thing going and it's like really stretched out, that's also not the jam. So like, God. I think a nutsack at like 72 degrees in shorts is probably the optimal comfort.
Room temp is where you want to be.
Like room temp, yeah. If you're like out, if you're out at the park,
do you put
and it's 98 degrees.
Gotta have a breeze.
Have you put anything on them? I know a lot of guys like get some baby powder. They throw some talcum in there, some talc or something in there. They powder up. I've heard Shane Gillis talk about that. Like he powders up down there.
No, I've never talced my nuts up. I don't think.
They get everything. They just take like a little handful and then like throw it at their gooch and let it just go where it may.
I glaze it with sugar like a caramel apple, just in case today's my lucky day.
Do you let the
what he's like hasn't worked yet, and I've developed a lot of fungal infections.
I'm like, we might go to the petting zoo. I gotta get ready.
You have a hard protective candy shell over your cock.
Yeah.
That could be defensive. I could go for that.
Kyle, you looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, it sounded like there was a lot of drama going on with your balls. That's all. I just that didn't.
They respond to temperature, not everyone.
That's all. I understand. You have interesting, dramatic testes. Mine don't have that much personality. Frankly, they usually just kind of hang out.
They don't. They don't get way too. They don't get like super duper. Like if you ever, it's been like super hot out. You're doing yard work. It's like 100 degrees, and you come inside before your shower, and you're like, that is lower than I am accustomed to my testicles hanging because it's so hot.
Well, I wear a support garment when I'm going to be doing hot outside work for them, of course. It keeps them up high and tight.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And what a perfect time for
I don't want to be ogled.
To go today. Thank you guys for having me on. I gotta do some stuff with the wife here, but I really appreciate it. And good to see everyone. Yeah. Seems like everyone's doing well. Everyone's nutsack seem appropriately aged and loose and warm and whatever the hell.
100%.
I appreciate that.
And where can everyone find all your content, all your stuff, your sites?
On YouTube, Doug Polk Poker is my channel, and then if you want to follow my challenge thing I'm doing, it's just codedoug.com. Either one of those.
Doug, before you go, I have to say I've been admiring all night. You have a distractingly perfect hairline. I can't believe you're in your mid-30s. That is a 7-year-old's hairline. Well done.
I've been fortunate with the strength and volume of my hair. It's been resilient and it's good. No, it's good. Now my teeth leave some to be desired, but you got to take your strengths and your weaknesses.
Those are supposed to fall out.
Yeah.
You lose your baby teeth, and then you lose your first. Yeah, you lose that first layer of adult teeth in your early 30s, and then your next row comes in. I'm waiting on mine.
Just keep waiting, Kyle. Keep waiting.
It's so hard to chew with your front teeth. You don't even know.
All right, we're holding you off now. Take care.
Yeah, eat a hot dog with a knife and fork. I knew a guy that had to do that. He was missing so many teeth, he had to eat a hot dog with his knife and fork.
We all know Jeremy.
No, this is a different guy. There's an older black guy. Oh, do you know who the booty warrior is?
Is he an MMA fighter?
Maybe. No. So the booty warrior was made famous by Boondocks. He's that guy that's like, I want you, Chris Hansen. I want your ass, and I'm gonna have it. Like it. That episode stemmed from a prison interview from this notorious prisoner known as the Booty Warrior. He has a real name. He's out and he does podcasts and such now. And his story is so crazy. He would groom and rape men, and that was like his favorite thing to do. And he tells these stories about just like, booty's everything in jail. It's everything. You might go a year or two without busting a nut. So when you get that booty, and I noticed this guy ain't got no goddamn teeth, like none. And I was like, what the fuck, man? Where do his teeth go? And apparently he had 35 incidents of biting people. And he didn't just bite him a little. The first guy bit the guy's ear off and they sewed it back on. And so he saw that.
I bet it didn't look good.
He's like, they sewed his ear back on. I ain't gonna have that. So after that, he started swallowing the pieces he'd bite off. He bit off this one guy's eyebrows, both of them, and ate them.
Both of them? So that guy was on the ground for a while.
He ate.
At one point, that guy had one of his eyebrows bitten off, and he thought this day couldn't get any worse.
He would bite people's lips off and eat their lips, and then he's like, then you'd see him walking around, ain't got no fucking lips. Like, that's right, you fuck with me, I'll eat your lips.
Damn, a lot of people messed with him.
Damn, maybe we should like just.
And so the warden tells him. So the warden comes down. And he said, this lady came down and she said, "That's it. I've had enough of you. You bite one more person, we're gonna take your fucking teeth." And he said, "Bullshit, you can't do that. I got rights. I'm a human being. You can't take my teeth." So I bit another ninja. Sure enough, they come and they got me.
Sure enough, she called my bluff.
Dude, they put him to sleep. And when he woke up, they had pulled every one of his goddamn teeth out of his fucking head and sewn his gums shut. And he didn't have any teeth. So then years later, he finally gets out of prison, right? And he's like, so I went to the dentist.
They let him out?
Eventually, he got free, like decades later. He's an old man now. And he's like, I went to the dentist to get dentures. And they said they'd be $1,500. And she said, wait a minute. Hang on. There's something here about you. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. We can't give you teeth.
How can this be real?
There's a note. He's like, there's a note here that says you're not allowed to have teeth.
And I agree with that. That guy has lost his teeth privilege. You can't be biting everybody's eyebrows and lips off. Sorry,
that's like you give them cosmetic teeth, right? Like teeth that
got a
wouldn't
sugar
hold
glass
up to a good biting, right? Like that would come loose if you tore.
Maybe like he could. Nah, I was gonna say give him like one molar on each on each side, something to grind. But no, you bite enough lips and eyebrows off, you forfeited your right to teeth. That's why they fucking got Washington, the founder of our great nation. He was biting all the Brits.
Look,
took his teeth out.
He's got a YouTube channel and shit now. If you wanted to see what he looks like to get a vibe for this dude, that's the Booty Warrior today, because he's out now. Like I said, his videos are hilarious when he talks about the awful things that he did in prison and the awful things he saw in prison. It's scary. He talked to me like he's like, yeah, they treated black folks bad, and I guess they was used to us just bowing down. But I'm that ninja. I was coming for him.
So he thinks the guards treated him bad?
Oh yeah. Well, he fought the guards. Like he was constantly in
That's true.
fight.
Those mean guards were treating him like the kind of guy who'd bite body parts off and swallow them.
Yes. Yeah. They were treating him exactly the way he needed to be treated. He was eating people.
Yeah, he was eating people. He's a cannibal.
Yeah. And I can just imagine someone hearing that for the first time, like a social worker that's in the prison being like, forgive me, he's eating people. And then some guy playing checkers to go, yeah, he eat people.
Yeah.
He ain't got no goddamn lips.
Look at me. You can't even tell I'm surprised because of my eyebrow. If I had eyebrows, you'd know how exasperated I am by your inability to understand what a threat this toothy man is.
But that, like, just to be clear, that he made that decision to start swallowing the things he bit off of people after an ear was sewn back on, and he didn't like that resolution. He was like, I took his ear, and they gave it back. I wasn't gonna have that happen again. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong?
What was he in for initially? Like murder or something?
I don't even know. All I care about is the booty stuff. That's the comedy, you know, like he's all about the booty and getting the booty and how important the booty is.
Well, hopefully the guys he was biting were like murderers and pedophiles. Just some guy who like fucked his taxes up.
Probably not that guy. If you've never seen the Boondock Saint, or not Boondock Saints, the Boondocks episode where they do the Chris Hansen parody, and basically the idea is like the booty warrior has been caught by Chris Hansen, but the booty warrior knew it was set up. He's like, I knew it was a setup, Chris Hansen. I'm here for you. I want that booty. And he's like, well, that's neither here nor there. We're not gonna do entertain anything of the sort. He's like, I'm gonna have that booty one way or another, Chris Hansen. And it gets real dark. I think he rapes Chris Hansen. Pretty sure he physically rapes him in that episode.
What's he doing nowadays?
Chris Hansen, he's doing his look, my guess would be that so he had that little part of his career where that was post Dateline and more in the digital age, and he was doing his own digital Dateline NBC Investigates Chris Hansen show. But then like people like Vitaly and people in our little sphere saw that was a marketplace, and I think a lot of people do the pedo hunter thing now. And while I don't know if the Chris Hansen has the nostalgia anymore when you watch Vitaly catch someone, or when you watch some of the like Rascal McGovern's catch someone, they often assault them. They often rough them up a little, or at least chase them and scream at them and put a fear into them. And
elevating the game, right?
Yeah, and to a level that you could get into. Maybe it's illegal, maybe it's not, but you might have to prove that it is, which is a position you never want to be in. Whereas Chris Hansen is more of a professional journalist, or at least that's what he does, professional journalism type stuff. So it's not as entertaining to me.
I watch like video game reviews. Now, I used to do video game reviews 15 years ago, and I'd just choose like an 8-minute stretch that I played a little better than average and talk. That's not how they do it now. Nowadays, they're like in the game, in costume against a green screen, like making themselves a part of the game. And they do it so much better than we ever did. They raised the bar. Happened to Chris Hansen. Happened to us.
There's lots of fun styles to the YouTube gaming stuff now. I do like the people who role play and they get involved. I like General Sam. I like his style of video. I like it a lot. Like
you should have him on
stuff. Yeah, for sure. Love General Sam.
I have a hard time getting over his like cruelty to the other players and stuff. It's like the point sometimes. Like I'm a dirty player who likes hurting other people, and it's funny. And I'm like, oh, I empathize with the victims a little bit here in your videos.
I do not. And they're not always mean-spirited. A lot of his Tarkov videos can be like a little bit mean-spirited, but he does lots of different games. I like it. I more like the tech he uses, which I'm sure is just some simple green screen stuff, but it's really effective the way he
high effort.
It. Like he'll appear. There's one where he appears to be crawling out of a tunnel that's in Tarkov, and it's like he did that just well enough. like my brain's like, okay, crawl out of the tunnel, sure. I'm not looking at you like you crawled out of a piece of cardboard. Like it looked real when he did it.
I don't know how long that scene is, but I'll pretend it's like 9 seconds of him crawling out of a tunnel.
Probably.
And I'm like, damn, that takes, like, even if you're good at it, 45 minutes to do, to set up the tunnel, the green screen, then you go into After Effects, you put all that together, you make it happen. I bet there's 45 minutes of effort put into that for 9 seconds of video. That's TV level effort.
Meanwhile, like Phil DeFranco, still doing the same exact thing. Like he always looks better every time I see him.
He's anti-aging or something.
Yeah. But he's doing that. Hey, with like video playing, and it's like, holy shit, you gave me 5 minutes worth of information in 2.5 minutes. Nice. Dude, and I'm gone.
I watch videos now, and I'm always harping on how efficiently they tell their stories, how they're dragging on, whether or not they're
that intro shit. It's like, I'm here for a reason. Like, do not think that you are a personality YouTuber yet. You aspire to be one someday. Right now, it's all about tech. It's all about showing me how A goes into B. This video was called "How Does the Magic Mirror Work?" BG3, bro. You better get right to that. Don't start off, "Hey, it's been a minute."
Right. I'd like to apologize for the gap between this video and the previous one. What are you doing? No. Like, in this show, it is important to me that it always starts off the same, right? PK 744. This is our guest. Kick it to Taylor. Taylor talks about the sponsors. If we're not doing what people are here for in like 15, 20 seconds, I'm not happy. And this is a 4-hour show that they have to wait. I've seen 6-minute videos where the first minute and a half is intro.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's terrible. It's terrible. Nothing will like earn my scorn more quickly. I'll like don't recommend this channel again. This is awful. It doesn't know what he's doing. Because it's weird, the YouTube algorithm. I would rather get recommended the top 10 guys in the world in this field, but instead they're like, "Hey, you want to see a guy who just started? You want to learn from a guy who knows less than you real quick? He's got 16 subscribers. His last video got 67 views, but this one's going to be a hot one, the algorithm thinks. So what are you doing?" Sometimes it's really good, and sometimes it's just awful.
I hear it. Yeah, glad you added it. Like, sometimes it's a gem. I didn't know how to get somewhere in Elden Ring. This is a couple months ago. And we click on a video, and there's like an 8-year-old. But damn, if that kid wasn't perfect. He did nothing but tell me the answer I needed. And it took a while. You had to watch him ride his horse for like 6 minutes. And he didn't do anything but tell you about it. Maybe some, that's what's in that shiny. I don't bother to pick it up. But he was perfect. Sometimes those little guys have gems.
There was a video that was so bad the other day. I linked it in the Discord, and I was like, "Look, I just want to know how this works in a game." This guy, his voice is so disgusting. I have to listen to it in 10-second chunks, and the video's 70 seconds long. It sounded like he had something very like a mouthful of honey. He was so smacky and disgusting. But I really needed to know what he was going to teach me. I would watch like 10 seconds and be like, "I can't take it. I'll figure it out on my own." And then I'd watch 10 more seconds of him and I'll figure it out on my own. It was so awful.
That's with people who do that. I have someone like in my extended family, not blood related, whose mouth always sounds like it has way too much saliva in it.
Swallow.
And when he talks, I'm like looking around at everyone else in the room like, "Y'all are okay with this?" Like, I feel like we should collectively ask him to be more of a listener.
Yeah, I hear that sometimes, and it's really disgusting. I don't want to hear. This guy had a speech impediment, and that went along with it. He had this smacky, disgusting voice. He sounded like a goddamn Tolkien goblin telling me how a video game tip. I don't know what happened to all the smooth-voiced 20-year-old British guys that used to tell us how to do things. Those guys don't get as much push. I miss when like YouTube's homepage at least included your subscriptions.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yours don't?
No.
Well, it includes subscriptions, but it's not focused on who I'm subscribed to.
They're not there because I'm subscribed to them. They're there because I watch them.
Yeah.
My subscription to them is almost.
Yeah, that's fair. It's like they know I listen to a lot of Opie and Anthony clips. And so they're like, "Hey, instead of just giving you Opie and Anthony," because obviously there's not a Opie and Anthony only channel, really. It's like from a bunch of different stuff. So they suggest those from around, but then they'll also just have other shows that the algorithm thinks is close enough. And I have to like click the little 3 dots and be like, "No, hide, don't recommend this. I don't want this channel."
It's a bad sign. Porn's getting harder to access. YouTube's getting harder to get where you actually want and to get quality content. I don't know. I thought we'd get better at searching stuff as these algorithms and AIs got better, but it doesn't feel that way. It just feels like they're getting better at ripping us off and manipulating us.
Dude, I'm not liking the rapid change in online discourse that I see sometimes, not even like politics or anything, of someone will say something like, "Did you know that in the 400s, the Romans actually used to put baboons in the Colosseum and give them rudimentary weapons to fight?" And then the person responding to that won't be like, "Oh, interesting. Where'd you learn about this?" Like a normal conversation, they'll be like, "At Grok. Is this true? Is this guy trying to fib to me?" And it's like, what do you, why that? Why use it for that? Like, it's just such it's the exact kind of outsourcing of thinking that our teachers warned us about with the calculator, which ended up being horseshit. But like, if you outsource all of your ability to reason through things, like you're going to be retarded. If you don't just kind of use your head and be like, yeah, they probably fucking didn't do that. That doesn't make a lot of sense. A baboon with a spear. And then if you did,
it makes sense to me.
Google it up and search, you could probably just find the answer easily. So like, I find myself in like this almost boomer-esque situation where I'm like, really? Like, you're using Grok for everything. You're using Google AI for everything.
But in this scenario, you're the boomer who doesn't.
I'm the boomer.
Tech.
Yeah,
yes,
definitely are.
Like, I could see how this is not good for people's ability to reason things, because if you're just replacing your,
it's equivalent to grabbing the old encyclopedia and figuring out if they ever did.
It's not. It's not. It's a zero effort. There's no effort needed. There's no.
So more people will learn the truth.
But being efficient isn't bad. I kind of like well, I'm hearing people get fact checked, which I like. That's
but it's not fact checking because it's just Google AI. Like we just laughed about it being so inaccurate. It's just aggregating existing sources in a concise way for people to ascertain.
I agree.
Ask Brock about the chimps.
It's not.
Well, I made that up.
So I agree. It's not great fact checking, but to me, it's a step forward. That's how it vibes to me.
Okay, that's fair enough too. I'm not,
You could arm them. All right, I feel
the
that
chimps.
You could. They wouldn't necessarily hold on to a sword, but if you attached blades to their hands or their forearms in such a way that during their normal, natural attacks, they would implement the blades accidentally, I think you could thereby the same way you arm fighting cocks, fighting roosters by putting those razor blade talons on their whatever that claw is called, their little thumb claw that they usually use to fight.
So here, I have a question for you. At first, I was like, do the chimps not use clubs because they're too stupid to use clubs? That was my knee-jerk reaction. And then I thought, wait a minute. Let's say you're a chimp and you need to win this fight in front of you. You're not investing for your skill set down the line. You are a chimp. You need to win this fight in front of you. Do you think you're better with your claws and your fingers than you are with this new weapon?
Well, they don't know how to practice with it, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like they never cracked open a nut with a club or anything.
Well, what we're doing is we're throwing them in the deep end with these fights, this hypothetical.
But I'm not giving them a club.
If they
I'm going to take leather straps and I'm going to strap on some like Wolverine type claws.
So I understood your idea. Make them better almost against their will, right? Just give them a better weapon. But my question was just adjacent to that, not on top of it. Where it's like, I bet if you gave a chimp a club, they're actually worse.
A club?
They will be worse. Yeah, but they'll
use clubs.
Weird worse, which is for the crowd.
In your scenario,
yeah. I'm not suggesting that like if a man were to have to fight two chimps, I'd prefer to fight the chimp who's like got weird weapons strapped to it. However, if I'm an audience member, I'd prefer to watch a man fight a chimp who does have weird weapons.
See, in this scenario,
that way to even out.
I'm putting myself in the chimp shoes. I'm a chimp.
You don't have
I'm in a fight. I need to win this thing. Do I want a club? Well, shit, I'm not practiced with a club. I think I'd rather just use these untrimmed fingernails.
Dude, it's literally like monkey see, monkey do. Like there are chimps who figured out like that if you stick a long, thin object into, I guess, ant or termite mounds or whatever, that they had seen like tribesmen or some shit doing that. And so they started doing it and they were like, oh, look at that. I can get more food out of here. There's like actual video clips of them beating each other with logs they find. And so like if they found, there's fighting clips of them using sticks as clubs, not in a great way, in the way someone who hasn't seen someone do it.
At best, you have a video of a chimp flinging a stick errantly. You do not have any video, pictures, or fucking eyewitness testimony of a fucking chimp.
Or eyewitness testimony. My friend Jared.
You can't bring it forward. I will.
He goes to another school. You don't know.
You do not produce that, Jeremy. You will continue to be known as Taylor the chimp liar.
So, chimp liar.
Have you seen the monkey using the saw? It's like the
orangutan.
Yeah, but they gave him that saw.
Oh, wait, no, I think maybe it's a different clip because I'm thinking of the orangutan with the hammer where David Attenborough is sitting there and he's like, you can see the orangutan has figured out small bits of industrialization. It clearly is missing most of the point.
So what I have seen them do is not only do they do that thing with the stick to get like termites and other things that are down in the hole and eat them, they have like a favorite stick. Like they don't just they're like, oh, this is my termite stick. I've also seen the orangutans bathe themselves with soap and water because they had observed people do it, presumably. And I'd also seen them sweep their own enclosure with a broom because, again, it was observed behavior. But but for them to get a weapon, see, this is that moment from 2001: A Space Odyssey at the very beginning when the obelisk comes down and it gives that to the first like simians, that the proto-humans. It gives that little inkling that like, dude, pick up the fucking club. This is your first machine. This is going to turn your this is a force multiplier. And they smash that first pile of bones, and the chimp, the monkey is like, oh, this is power, and he like gets that inkling. That ain't happening. That ain't gonna happen anytime soon.
Kyle, look at the video Woody just linked. It says the title of it is wow, a chimp uses a saw to cut off a tree. It's the most obvious orangutan that there's ever been.
Yeah, I think there are all kinds of monkeys as far as I know.
Well, great apes.
You know what's impressive about this though?
I knew I'd get correct.
This one's killing it with the saw.
No, he's not.
Though, I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm excited about this. So the video I sent, which I wish we could share with everyone, is an orangutan very competently using a saw. What Taylor can't know is all the moments not included in the video where he incompetently uses a saw. And like he's banging with the saw and shit. People cut out that part of the orangutan's incompetence and say shit like, this is me watching my girlfriend play Elden Ring.
Do you think that like every once in a while when he would like hit the teeth into the wood and like get a saw movement going, do you think in his orangutan mind he's like, we're fucking cooking with gas? Sawing back and forth. Because like I did like how you could see how if they figured it out they'd be excellent at it, because he's got a free hand, a saw hand, and both of his hand feet are clasping the two sides of the log and just holding it perfectly static while he, failure or not, tries to saw through it.
If you had 4 of those guys who you took the brains out of 4 migrant roofers. Listen up, Elon. You take the brains of 4 migrant criminal roofers and you put them into that orangutan body that has 4 hands and the strength of at least 3.5 men, I'll call it.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you can throw up houses like it's nothing. 4 of those guys climbing around up there, hands and feet, a hammer in one foot, a fucking screw gun in the other. It'd look like a cartoon character building a house.
It would. I like that.
When you started this line of thinking, I didn't realize you were going to solve the housing crisis, but congratulations.
Yes.
Yep. That's another reason you need is Canada. Look at that. Oh my God. This is a real problem.
Did you know a fun fact about orangutans is that the species is promulgated almost entirely through rape?
I think most species are like although giving consent in the animal kingdom is a weird one, right? Like you could argue for animals at least that if it's not consensual, then that means that only the strongest of the males are actually able to breed.
That's kind of the point with the orangutans is like apparently a female who's in estrus or whatever sees a male orangutan and is like, it's time to fucking swing through the trees and try and escape.
Oh.
If he's such a shitty male that he lets me escape through the trees as a smaller female, I'm glad because I'm going to have shitty offspring.
I don't want
so really
man.
It's not like
down.
It's almost like that's almost like their mating ritual, I would assume, more than like the human imposition of like, look, that male orangutan is chasing her down and tackling her in the woods. It's like, well, she's probably trying to like make sure no
reverse engineered logic, right? She might not want to be pregnant against her will. Also,
it could be either way. We don't know.
Yeah.
She's going, help! Taylor's like, the circle of life.
I'm always like biology a ton.
Yeah.
But I'm not picking on Taylor, but they'll be like, hey, this thing here has red and yellow, so everything knows it's venomous. This thing here has red and yellow, so everyone thinks it's venomous. And I'm like, well, you're just making shit up at this point. Like, you can't.
It depends which one came first, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think evolutionarily, they often find that the thing that's deadly happened, and then later on, this other thing became like it in a way to blend in because the birds in the area don't eat that thing. Because I've seen
Counterpoint. I didn't think of that.
Well, this is why I'd love to have a real scientist on every now and then.
We're fine just winging it.
God damn it.
I can't believe you don't trust me in the things that I'm mostly making up.
I'd love to have an astronomer on just to ask a few questions that those
this guy whose name I never remember.
Michio Kaku?
No, he's British.
That's that famous Belgian poop porn star.
No.
Chris
Bell?
Oh no, I remember you were saying to listen to the Joe Rogan with him on it because he was really good, right?
He was so good.
Is it Michael Cox with an X or something like that?
Yeah,
that's the
not the I like so much. A different guy.
A different guy. He's like pale faced. He's going.
Wait, no,
gray.
It's not Michael Cox, isn't it? Brian Cox.
Brian Cox sounds more right.
Brian Cox. Yes, it does. Okay, so I see why my Chris hint didn't take you very far.
Yes.
But I think it's Brian Cox.
Yeah. You knew it was a human and a man.
Wait, it is Brian Cox. When you Google him, a different Brian Cox comes up, but it's still Brian Cox.
Yeah, the actor.
Yeah, well, maybe not him, but maybe just a YouTube.
Why not?
Fucking astronomer.
Are we not big time enough to get him?
I don't know. Maybe not.
No, dude. If he's been on Rogan, he'd have to be like not doing too hot to come chat with us.
I think he's a real TV astronomer. I see him on all of those, like How the Universe Began type shows, doing his little 3 minutes about quarks or fucking black holes or whatever the topic of discussion is. But there's tons of YouTube genius astronomers who I'd love to just ask some stupid questions to.
Yeah. Me too.
Let's see what Neil deGrasse Tyson. Let's see if he's dropping any fucking truth bombs about the universe. Happy first day
you can't
of spring.
trust him on basketball diameters.
Clearly not.
I was just watching him recently, and they were talking about hypothetical Dyson spheres, and his guest was like, "Well, you don't ask Google AI, just do the math. That's the difference between a smart person and someone who's stupid." He's like, so I did the math, and there's not enough material in our solar system to make a Dyson sphere. He's like, you just do the math, and the answer's there. And that made me very mad.
A Dyson sphere, that's the one where they completely surround the entire sun and use all its energy. Am I right?
The question would be whether you do a Dyson sphere would in fact be completely encapsulating the sun, but you could do what's called a Dyson swarm, which is just a bunch of smaller mirrors or maybe a ring of mirrors around the sun. The idea would be to capture as much of its energy as possible and then store it and beam it back to Earth in some manner, some future technology. The whole point is harnessing the entire power of your sun potentially with a Dyson sphere, which is theoretical, future tech, basically. Just like the O'Neill cylinder or any number of or the what are those von Neumann probes? Any of those.
It's a neat concept to me, but yeah. I guess it's just go to a planet, use that planet's materials to replicate yourself, and then you go to more planets. What's hard about that? It's actually, you're talking about creating a whole iron smelting facility and more.
It would need to be that machine. It would need the probe you sent out would need to be fully capable of taking raw ingredients from asteroids and turning them into an exact replica of itself, and then flying those replicas to different star systems and then repeating that process over millions of years, time that doesn't matter to a machine at all. And within the course of they gave a number, and it's a couple million years, you can have those machines in every star in the Milky Way galaxy, because at relativistic speeds, slower than the speed of light, just zipping along, but you need a lot of future tech to make that.
Really tall ass.
Kyle, I had multiple people tweet at me this week, or I guess just in the past couple of days, being like, oh, dude, you're in Kyle and Woody's conversation on determinism and not predestination is maybe some of that, and the universe, free will, and your decisions. That was fun. You guys should talk about stuff like that more often. That was really interesting. I was like, yeah, that was fun. I did have a fun time with that PKN comment. PKN, by the way, guys, check out the Patreon.
Oh, and you know what? Google is spying on us every second, because my YouTube algorithm was full of that shit. It was like Miku Kakaka talking about
Dr. Michio Kaku is his name.
like on and on with the determinism or various realities.
Yeah, but you watch all
the
that
different
shit
theories
anyway.
But it was like a spike of that particular topic. I'm more into cosmology, just like space in general. I like learning about like rare spatial phenomenon, like all the things that happen to stars when they die. There's like half a dozen more different ways that their death can happen.
Can you tell me like
all sorts of weird things?
Sometimes I get inspired by our own show too, but I just want to know more about Taylor's testicles and where they're hanging.
Yes, well, it depends on the temperature.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a little warm in here, so
I could imagine.
So
they're heading
taffy
south
mode right now. They're headed south.
You put a line on your thigh. Let me know how summer's going.
the left one's
It's funny,
looking
like
back
they're all
at the
over
right
the place.
one.
It's like spring 2025, winter 2025, and they're higher up again. It's just a mishmash.
Just imagine your left ball is looking back at your right ball, and he's like, "I see a clearing up ahead. I believe that's the knee. Hold tight, brother."
We're almost there.
He's just there, just like hacking through a thicket of pubes. Oh no, it's not the knee, it's the asshole. We went the wrong way.
He almost sat on us. That's a close one.
Dude, I've seen that online. I've seen where dudes like stuff their whole ball sack in their asshole. Have you ever seen that?
That seems.
I've never seen
that
that.
doesn't
And I'm
seem
an
like-
internet
Oh my God.
veteran.
That doesn't
Oh
seem
my
like it's
God.
fun for anyone involved.
Nobody would enjoy that. No, I've definitely seen pictures of dudes. That
Do you
have
think
their
there's dirty
whole-
talk while they're like trying to finagle it in there? Like, yeah, this is so hot.
Oh, like I imagine. Like,
no, you got to grip the bottom of it tighter and really squeeze to give it some tension. Then we can try and cram it in.
First of all, mine definitely aren't long enough to get back there. And second of all, I feel like it hurt like the Dickens.
Into your own butthole?
Yeah.
I thought you meant like into a woman's
I've seen
vagina.
that too. Okay, I've seen both. I've seen the dude fuck the girl, and he puts his dick in her, and then he like physically has to manipulate and get his balls and like pops them into her too.
Do you know what that's called?
I don't.
Bean bunging.
Fuck yeah, bean bunging. You heard it here, folks. And then I've also seen where the dude takes his own ball sack and pops it into his butthole.
Ugh.
You know, I was doing some investigation for science, and once again, North Carolina's Republicans prevent me from learning the things I'm trying to
Woody,
learn.
link me, and from the land of freedom I shall tell you.
Okay.
By the way, this conversation is specifically for that gentleman who requested more philosophy.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. I tried to bring it up, but all right, let's see what we're looking at here. I am 18 or older.
All I got is some woman on Pornhub lecturing me about.
Man, nobody slows me down on Pornhub. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They need to throw a warning sign up before they.
What are you seeing? It's
Wait,
Well,
no,
I
this
guess-
doesn't even say bean bunging. It said the search you sent me is balls in my own ass.
Okay,
well, that's
so
what Google's linked was. I can prove bean.
I'm gonna
bunging as
search
well.
bean-
I'm gonna let you know what I got involves
bunning?
a lot of
Bunging?
craziness. This dude, like the number one result you sent me here, it's called self-fuck, big cock in the ass and huge cum in my own ass. Self-fuck anal big cock. And this dude, this dude, 338,000 people have watched this video of this dude cream pieing himself.
This doesn't look like a comfortable
Can you imagine
position
that's
to
how-
even come.
Well, I mean, you know, it's for them dollar bills, yo.
There's no way there's enough dollar bills in this.
You'd be shocked. Like this, like who knows? This, you know.
All right, I got
If
enough.
I wasn't doing
thumbnail
a
on
video
that.
call right now, I'd be getting into a VPN. I don't know what you're seeing.
Can you
It's
go
a
to
guy's.
So
It's a
left
guy with
out.
his own dick shoved in his ass. Except it's like
Oh, he's close, but off
obviously
the mark.
it's in your own butt,
Mhm.
and so it's not like it's at a comfortable angle at all.
Mm-mm.
And so there's no way this guy's. Or he did come, so maybe.
Woody,
maybe
can
he
you go to
wasn't
that
doing
website? Is that blocked in North Carolina?
Coomer.su. I'm not clicking that.
Don't fucking blow our spot. Jesus Christ, Taylor. That's my website.
That's your website.
This
I-
is the creme de la creme, folks. Y'all heard
Yeah.
it here, folks. You
I'm
want
not
to know?
familiar with this
you.
site.
All right. Taylor blew the lid off of the best kept secret in the internet. And so anybody who wants to come after somebody, Taylor's the one. But yeah, Coomer.su.
How am I
is your-
supposed to know this is a secret?
Well, I mean, you don't shout it out for the rooftops. Goodness gracious, that was top secret information.
There's not even any porn on this.
Are you shitting me?
Oh,
all of the porn is on this for free. This is the plex of porn. This is all the OnlyFans unlocked.
Does Coomer mean
all
something?
the fans?
Is that a word
unlocked.
that other people identify?
Yeah, that's
Coomer means like you're beating off all the time. Like you're a Coomer. You're always you're like addicted to porn.
It's a little internet cutesy gooning speak. That's all. Is all. But yeah, it's a good website. You can get all the OnlyFans and Fansly content you want there. I think there's another one, but that one's just better with the search and all the other features that it has. It's just better.
What is it? .su? What is that?
I don't know.
Let's see what country that is. The domain. Wait. SU is an internet country code top-level domain that was designated for the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics on 19 September 1990.
I ain't trying to get political, bro. I'm just trying to hook you up. Don't worry about the massacres in the Balkans. I'm trying to show you.
You're trying to show me big titties.
Yeah. Unless you want to pay these ladies, $20, $30, $50 a month. Jesus Christ, just to see some titties.
This is such a funny window to have open right next to the MLK JFK files.
Apparently, they belong hand in hand based on what I'm now learning about Martin Luther King. I think that's the funniest take, dude. Like we need to like that. Maybe it's
like if we Me Too him.
Dick Masterson needs to ride with this hard as fuck. Like we need to take those statues down. Remember how they went into the park, started taking the statues down of anybody who'd done anything bad? Oh man, MLK, our former hero. We're gonna have to melt those down and turn them into some Susan B. Anthony's or some shit.
Yeah, they're like if they're tearing down George Washington's, then I guess we gotta tear down the MLKs, or we could just leave them. We can leave them all up.
How old those gals were?
Yeah.
Them gals. Well, it's definitely not as young as Thomas Jefferson's young gals. Thomas Jefferson was a wild man. By the way, Jefferson, I think, is the one who did the Louisiana Purchase. I didn't want to correct Doug Polk, noted NFT expert and winning poker player. but I think that's Jefferson who did the Louisiana Purchase because that's during the Napoleonic era.
Polk oversaw the largest territorial expansion in American history, including the annexation of Texas, the Oregon Territory. So he didn't do the Louisiana Purchase, but he did a bigger one that I guess was overshadowed.
Yeah, so that was, the Louisiana Purchase is the one where we got it from France, and I think Napoleon is the one who was running France at the time. I think he used that money to conquer Europe.
Another thing we learned, Napoleon was pretty cool. Pretty good at winning battles. One of the best in history. Pretty neat.
Yeah, it's a shame that they made that Napoleon movie.
Google says it's James Monroe. The Louisiana Purchase. The Louisiana Purchase.
Who was president when the purchase happened? That would
1803. So I don't know, but
really, I could have sworn it was Jefferson. Maybe I'm wrong.
Thomas Jefferson was president in 1803. So
I'm right.
Right? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there it is. And Jefferson authorized the purchase. I'm sorry, Kyle. I made a mistake.
That's okay. History's fun that way. We all learn together. I don't know very much about Thomas Jefferson other than he was a real ghoul with his slave half children.
What about didn't he and Madison, weren't they all, or Adams? Him and Adams were always at each other's throats, sniping at each other, sending mean letters to one another.
In the media too, in the papers of the day, like spreading rumors about each other and falsehoods and all sorts of what we would call propaganda and fake news. It's as old as time. But Jefferson was legitimately a ghoul. He married, I think, one of his slaves. And then they went to go to France on a vacation. And so legally, because they were entering the great nation of France, he had to emancipate her. And he made a deal with her that she would be legally re-enslaved. She's got to sign the re-enslavement papers when they go home. He's like, sign these and then I'll make our kids free. But he didn't. He sold their kids. and then I think he married her 16-year-old half-sister, who was also a slave or something. It was wild. Yeah, they don't tell us about that stuff. So I'm fine with melting his statue, but you got to get MLKs too. because I bet them ladies he was running around.
Dude, we
with
don't have
weren't-
any more old timey statues getting built because they're old timey. So let's just keep
That is
all.
how that works. We can only
That is
make
how it
new
works.
ones.
We can't make new old timey statues, so we can't just start willy nilly tearing down all the old guys.
Sure you can. They're made out of bronze and brass. And
Well, I'm not saying that it's a
It's
physical
still a new
impossibility.
statue.
Yeah, it'd
You
be a
melt
new
the
statue.
old one, use the old materials. It's an old statue.
Now we're in like a Theseus's ship situation. Did I
Yeah.
pronounce that right?
Theseus.
Theseus, you think? Okay.
Yeah. Each part had been replaced on the
sure.
journey home until not one piece was the original.
I actually did have a space thing that you might know. The death of stars. I remember learning about this in school and it not being thoroughly explored enough for me to know. But it seemed like the death of stars changed depending on how big the star was, because some of them were like condemned to being white dwarfs, and then other ones could become red giants. And then after that, it seemed like some of them just exploded into nothing, and then only the super absurd big boys got to become like a tiny little black hole.
So a star is a giant fusion reactor, right? And at the center of it, all that gravity is squeezing, is fusing all the helium into hydrogen, or the helium into hydrogen, or the hydrogen into helium. I always get it backwards, but it's fusing one of those into the other at the center of the star. And all the while, that reaction is trying to explode. The star is an explosion that has been frozen in time by gravity. It is trying every moment you look at it to blow the fuck apart, but it can't because it's so big. The gravity's holding it all there. But once all that material goes away, eventually it wins. The gravity does. And so the star collapses in on itself, and then multiple things can happen depending on the materials present inside the star and how much mass there is, how big the star was when that happened. It can do a lot of different things. It can just completely explode in a supernova. It can do this thing where it bounces a little. It sort of halfway explodes, but then pulls it together at the last second. It can become something called a magnetar. It can become a black hole if it's big enough. If it's big enough,
I think that's a Pokemon.
it's a gigantic magnetic star, I believe, spinning at an incredibly fast rate. I think it might be similar to a pulsar, but all that stuff confuses me in the end. But yeah, they can do all sorts of cool things.
That's pretty sick.
Any element bigger than hydrogen or helium was born inside of a star after the Big Bang, is my understanding. So that when they say we're made of stardust, they mean literally.
How do the other elements get made in the explosion? Because I know it can't fuse beyond iron, and so everything else is in the explosion.
It can fuse beyond iron, I believe.
Oh, I thought that like once the core became iron, that's when it spazzed.
I think that my understanding is that it can fuse denser than iron in certain scenarios because that's where those elements come from.
Okay.
Because again, the amount of mass in the star, a bunch of different things can happen at the death of the star. It can become lots of stuff. It can start feeding off of another star and like be reborn again. You know, in binary systems where there's two stars rotating around each other and they take turns cannibalizing the other one, exploding, and then doing it over again with the other one now eating the nebula that the first one created until it's big enough, over and over and over. With James Webb, they keep finding these things that were supposed to be impossible. I think they're called jumbos. It's like Jupiter size somethings. There are these giant planets that are in binaries floating through space, in interstellar space, not around a star.
Binaries being two suns?
Two giant Jupiter-sized planets rotating around each other, zipping along through the cosmos, all on their own.
Not orbiting the sun. Okay.
No,
because their sun blew up?
Because their sun blew up, or because some sort of catastrophe happened in their solar system where a planet moved in enough that it like tagged up with another planet, maybe bumped the other planet, and then they did their own thing and wiggled off away from the star. You know, like gravity's a weird thing. It's just like those bullets bouncing we always talk about. But they found not one or two. Like they were supposed to be impossible. Like they talked about how rare that scenario they thought would be, but they found a lot of them. And it's not like they've got like a fishnet and like every time they scoop, they get them all. They're seeing them, you know, they're detecting them with that radio telescope. That shit's cool to me. The vastness of it just blows my mind. And the age of it, you know, when you're looking at that stuff that's 10 light years away. And it's like, that's 10-year-old light. That's what was happening there 10 years ago. This is your time machine right here. I can look back in time as far as I want. If you're 65 million light years from Earth, and you had a telescope powerful enough and with enough resolution, you could zoom right into and see the feathers on the dinosaurs. You know what I mean?
In one of my early Boy Scout camping trips, our scoutmaster told us about this. It was when I first heard the concept of like, some of these stars are 65 million light years away. So that light that you're looking at is 65 million years old or whatever it is. And it's like, you're looking into the past, and 11-year-old me couldn't get enough of that.
Yeah. That shit was awesome on the Discovery Channel as a kid. Like I liked when I would watch dinosaur shows and they would like show the graph of all the time of like the dinosaur era and even the pre-dinosaur era. And then it would like zoom in and show like the human era. Not even like when we started doing shit, but just like when we, evolved out of
when we were
whatever
biologically
fusion
human.
of different, like the Neanderthals or whatever. And it was like just the teeniest little speck of humans there. And it made me feel like almost deprived in a way where I was like, wow, all the times to live and no dinosaurs.
But then humans have been biologically around for what to me feels like a long time. I don't know, 200,000 years. I'm making that up. But we've only been interesting for like 3,000. Prior to that,
maybe.
Well, no,
maybe we forgot. Maybe it all got washed away and reset.
Yes. I want to find evidence for those theories so much. And it's not that it's not out there to anyone who's going to like link me a bunch of stuff. I just haven't done my due diligence. But like the idea of ancient civilizations that were advanced is so fucking cool.
It's my favorite topic. It's my favorite fantasy. There's a sci-fi story written by Arthur C. Clarke that is very similar to what we're talking about. It's called The Star. It's a short story. So anybody who doesn't want the spoilers, go read it right now and then come back. I promise it's worth it. It's a very good short story and it's short. But the premise is, in the future, a team of astronauts, including a Jesuit priest, go to this star. Yeah, he's along the way. It's still happening. It's written in the 60s or something, Arthur C. Clarke. So they go to this faraway star. It's like 2,000 light years away or something like that. And this star had supernovaed, and all of the planets had been destroyed. But on the Pluto-like planet in this star system, the furthest out, that one had survived. And on that planet, they discover a vault. And inside that vault, they find the evidence of a vast culture, an advanced, beautiful culture with art and music and all the trappings of an advanced, beautiful, idyllic, utopic, futuristic civilization. The dream come true. It existed here. And it turns out that is the star 2,000 years ago that marked the birth of Jesus Christ. God snuffed that one out with a snap of his fingers just to put a little marker there above when Christ was sent forward. And that's what's shaking the Jesuit priest's faith, that God has so little regard for not just one life or two, but for this entire civilization that existed here, that just for that, he snuffed them out with a snap of his fingers. Good story.
Interesting. I'll need to read that.
I think it's called The Star.
It's interesting that he's a Jesuit priest.
Yeah,
or pastor, whatever.
I don't know. Maybe Arthur C. Clarke was a Catholic, or maybe he didn't like them or something.
Could be. Yeah, I want to learn more about space, but really I want to learn more about potential ancient civilizations, because that's neat. I've seen the like overhead graphs where it shows like how the Giza pyramids are aligned with the stars in like a very hyper specific way that like Copper Age people wouldn't have been able to like fully know, much less like carve a bunch of stones with copper. Like there's YouTube videos of people now being like, they used copper chisels, and then they like hammer a copper chisel and it like falls apart immediately.
They don't know exactly
we don't.
I watched the whole thing about the copper versus iron thing is very interesting because they had bronze and copper, and like I've seen the comparisons between the steel of the day or the iron of the day. They didn't necessarily have steel. The Hittites were the first ones bringing those iron swords against the Egyptians at the time, I believe, and they had some historians will call it early steel, but if it did, it was incidental in their forming of iron swords.
Pig iron.
But meanwhile, like in Egypt, they could forge those copper or bronze swords, whatever they were. You just pour it, and when you pour something, you can make it very intricate. You can have lots of inlay to make it lighter, and depending on the composition, it would have been comparable to the.
No, you're right.
blade.
That's why Bronze Age lasted so long in so many areas, because it's infinitely easier to cast
Cheaper
something.
and easier.
Like casting is always easier than forging.
Yeah, it's the skill involved and the need for, like, you often hear it in fantasy. Every forge in the country is burning overtime to build the swords for the fires of industry, etc. Because it would require that. They didn't have that centralized, industrialized workforce to just make swords, but because you need craftsmen like blacksmiths doing one-offs. But when you're forging, or no, when you're casting, you just need some dummy. You know, the hard part was made when they built the cast. Now some dummy can just pour and shift and snap the pieces apart. It's like Legos now.
Yeah. What is if you have a theory on like the pyramids or what I was going to say about like the pyramid, like apparently there's some South American pyramids that are aligned the same way as the Giza pyramids in regard to like reflecting the stars position.
Yeah.
And it's so cool. Like,
it seems like,
it's so cool to think that there were advanced civilizations way before that we just know nothing about. And it would almost play into like the cyclical nature of humanity, even in our short time frame of like, we become hyper advanced, we get something cool, we destroy ourselves, or the technology destroys itself. And then
answer for the
rebuild.
Fermi Paradox as well.
I think what they had going on.
What is Fermi Paradox?
It's why there aren't aliens everywhere. That's the question. Where are they?
The question is, hey, the universe is old enough that there should be lots of alien civilizations around. Why aren't we seeing them? So there must be some great filter. Is the civilization killing itself? Does the civilization decide to go dark and not communicate with other civilizations? Like, is it that it's just extremely uncommon for two amino acids to bang and make a cell, or however that happens? And
start with RNA. I did a little research on that, and I didn't learn anything.
I feel you.
They're like, no, the RNA first. And I'm like, okay, noted.
RNA, first of all, learn to spell. It's DNA. And
yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm completely misunderstood.
Don't make me correct
no idea
you
what
once again.
I was thinking. No, but I think that when they look at some of the big constructions from ancient civilizations, even like Stonehenge and stuff like that, that's just rocks stuck up. They had a purpose, right? They're calendars that they were using to calculate the seasons, and in conjunction with, and that was important for crop harvesting, for animal migration, and for like older ceremonies and rituals that they would do that probably date back to a time when man didn't understand winter and summer, and so they sort of created these mythos where winter was the bad guy was coming in the winter, and to drive him away, we need to like sacrifice this guy here, or we need to burn this, or do this dance, or say these prayers. And wouldn't you know it, tomorrow is going to have a little more time in it, because the wobble of the earth's different, the seasons are changing, and the days are going to get longer and longer, and then they get warm again. And being able to predict that would have been important for any number of reasons, not just for your crops and everything, but maybe like we see in Apocalypto, how the priest who was an amateur astronomer utilizing the technology that they had was able to predict a solar eclipse. And they were able to leverage his knowledge of a coming solar eclipse, his understanding of what one was, or at least that one came and went free of the will of man. He was able to leverage that into manipulating the whole society, into saying, tomorrow the god will take away your son, but our God King, he will drive the sun back. He will bring it back for you. And like just telling people that, and then it happens tomorrow. Who's going to argue against that when you're just a citizen of this?
Nobody. You will have just seen it.
You just saw the gods take away the sun, and your king say, fuck you, bring it back. And maybe he had to sacrifice 10 guys and roll their heads to make it happen. But holy shit, the sun was gone for a minute. Did y'all see that? It got cold. You don't think it was going to get colder? It was going to turn to the Everwinter or whatever their fucking mythos was. So I think that happened a lot everywhere, that everybody who figured out any bit of astronomy, that led to some basic math, and that led to a structure of control that gave them an underclass that they could utilize to build better monuments to those systems of control. And when they look at like South America, they see the remnants in the jungle of huge cities. I think what happened is those early explorers just wiped out tens of millions of people and whole civilizations that we never got to even hook up with in the Amazon.
I thought those ancient civilizations, like the giant ones you're talking about, way predated like Mayans, Aztecs, Spanish conquistadors. Like this was way older stuff. But
not that I know of. The stuff I know about is the Mayans and the Aztecs. And then I was watching something today about a North American equivalent. Yeah, the Incas, the North American equivalent in the southwestern part of North
Incas
America.
were Central America.
The Anasazi and all those groups are in the Southwest. They had vast empires, but it's the building of the monolithic structures that's interesting. I don't think there were any ancient civilizations that had computers or fucking iPhones or even electricity or even steam power outside of toys that the Romans had that were powered by steam. But I do think that they had like a system where like one of the important things that you need an abundance of food, surplus of food, so that you can have some people who are just provided for to learn how to do the other things, to get your society cooking and like learning new things.
Specialization.
Specialization. And I think that happened time and time again. There's that site in Turkey whose name is very difficult to pronounce. I think it's Göbekli Tepe. That's it.
Not really
Göbekli Tepe. And I heard recently
what was every once in a while, Woody, I try and remember the fake Pokemon you did on our trivia game. Do you remember it? Because it killed me. It was so funny. But anyway, sorry, Kyle. Back to
that's it. It's just like I do think that those ancient civilizations existed and that they were advanced, but the advanced part was like, maybe they had a system of government with, I believe the Neanderthals, I think there's evidence that they found that the Neanderthals had basic art and stuff. They're wearing jewelry that had been, carved and designed and built. Like that's a pretty advanced group of people. I think when you're painting and crafting things, you also see them with wounds that have healed that couldn't have been, they were unsurvivable injuries if you were not cared for. Mm-hmm. They see people from those old times, 100,000 years old bodies that are clearly elders that had been looked after. They found genetic evidence in the burial tombs in the Southwest of a line of that runs down the female line of 6-toed people who were clearly the leaders of this tribe in the Southwest. You could tell that it went down the line. They all had a common female ancestor, not male. And there were like maybe 6 of them. But I'm probably thinking 6 because they all had 6 toes. They all had 6 toes. And clearly they had made like the 6-toed woman their priestess a long time ago. And then she had an empire that ran for 6 ancient generations. How long is that?
What if a long time from now they talk about those blue-blooded royalty along, in the same way?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There was, I guess you guys know, there was a royal family that had blue skin as kind of a genetic abnormality. And because they inbred so much, it lasted a long time.
Oh, I thought blue blood meant that like you were so untouched by manual labor in the sun that like your veins still looked like the...
So, as a third-party outsider to both of your wacky theories, I will say that I would support Taylor's theory over Woody's because I do not believe any human has ever bled blue, and I don't think...
So to be clear, it's blue skin tone as a genetic abnormality, not blue blood.
It's usually silver poisoning.
My research in trying to prove myself right is that it was a family in Kentucky, not royal. Like I said, I'm looking for... am I right?
The Kentucky Blue Bloods.
The Kentucky Blue Bloods. Owners of the largest silver mine.
No, it'd be some old lady selling colloidal silver on Etsy.
See, this is where
everyone.
We can determine, maybe Grok is lying to me. The term blue blood originates from the Spanish phrase sangre azul, which is used by medieval nobility in Spain to distinguish themselves from common people. The idea was tied to their pale skin, through which their veins appeared blue, suggesting purity of lineage untainted by Moorish or other non-noble blood during the Reconquista.
Ooh. You don't want that Moorish blood in you.
So that's from AI?
That's from AI, yeah.
Because there's a Reddit title of a post that is word for word. Like, it was like you were reading it to me.
Yeah, I bet it just... See, that's the risk with using this shit. Is just
wait a minute, chicken in the egg.
Retard.
Chicken and the egg, though. Like maybe the original was a doctor that should be cited somewhere, but it just Grok read that, and then so did your Redditor. He just copy pasted it.
Yeah,
that sounds fucking good to me. I don't think Grok could just made that up out of whole cloth.
I was taught
it is just
thing about royalty having blue skin in school. I remember it. I am repeating to you what I was taught in school, and teachers are fallible because I think she was wrong.
Yes. Looking back, a lot of my teachers were like 23-year-old girls that had no idea how anything worked.
Of course they were.
The Habsburg jaw. Yes, it is a German royal or a Prussian royal family or something like that, where they just kept, this weird dominant jutting out lower jaw.
They were so inbred.
They
were so inbred. I'm shocked that they were still fertile once they got to that level of inbreeding, that they could still produce more heirs. It's disgusting. Ugh. And you just imagine like the common folk of Austria or wherever the fuck were probably like, oh, if only I had a disgusting deformed jaw like Prince Nutsack. like they're so disgusting. Can you imagine being like the French princess that's like being courted by the last Habsburg that didn't want to fuck a cousin?
What if it made him like incredible at eating pussy?
It didn't. It didn't. Hey, he looks like he could bite your eyebrows off though if he wanted to.
He does. This was an ugly.
So was it the lower jaws forward?
Yeah, it was a very what is the word?
Habsburg. That's how it's described now. They talk about the Habsburg like deformity, Habsburg jaw. Like it's a whole
prognated?
thing.
I don't know.
It's jutting forward in a way you've never seen before.
Let's see. Habsburg jaw. Prognathism. Mandibular prognathism.
It's not attractive. I was gonna pretend that I thought it was hot. I can't do it.
It's not an
the
idea.
guy on the left looks mostly normal.
I don't know.
You can have all the Habsburg women you want. I'll take the hairy ones.
Actually, it's only the guy on the right who looks really fucked up. The guy in the middle just looks like he's got an underbite. The guy on the left doesn't look too bad at all.
Oh, actually, I can kind of see it now a little bit. Yeah.
Maybe a little bit. This guy's got it rough.
Is that a man?
A guy.
That's a man. Dude, to be the poster child for your own inbred fucking Austrian royal family.
They created their own thing.
How can you tell it's a man?
Because they wouldn't paint a woman.
Because I've seen pictures of this guy before. It's a man.
They wouldn't paint a woman that ugly, would he?
Fair.
And look at his nose. Dude, my fucking my textbook from 1810 would have a lot to say about this guy.
You know what else?
Not trustworthy. Sinister.
Here's a little thought. I don't know about this, but imagine. Do you think that artist was likely to be as accurate as he really could be while he painted the Emperor of Austria's ugly ass? Like he had to be terrified. Like I want it to look like him, but if I make it look like him, he's going to hang me. So like he had to come somewhere. I bet he like fixed his skin tone. Like maybe he didn't include that Phil Hellmuth mole. Polk didn't want to make fun of the mole. That was funny.
Well, he's in his wheelhouse,
I don't care. That mole's ugly.
Oh, I know, but he's a. Okay, so you can have maxillary prognathism, which is like where your front jaw goes out too far. That's like a picture like a Simpsons character.
Oh.
And then mandibular prognathism is the one we see with the Habsburgs, where it's just way the fuck out here.
That's how I imagine them sounding as well. It's that schmarm.
Yes. Well, this is just the voice that they do in Family Guy for Lord Undertooth.
That's it. That's it. I was picturing Lord Undertooth.
That's it.
Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking disgusting. I also watched an African scientist the other day. I mean, witch doctor, and he was explaining why. We are
continuing our research on if bald men are in fact keeping gold in their heads. It's like 8 decapitated guys around him. He's like, it is inconclusive. So far, it has just been very gross.
He was explaining why they didn't invent the wheel and how they didn't need a wheel.
Dude, that is the most hilarious cope.
He said that they had other technologies that were wheel adjacent, and so they could have had the wheel if they wanted. They just didn't need it.
We did not need the wheel or agriculture. These are things that we do not need because we are wealthy with the golden head of the bald man. That is what we are doing. Sorry, your question about the wheel flustered and frustrated me.
What's interesting about them is they're struggling with AIDS still. Like, I feel like the rest of the world, we got our hands around AIDS, you know, like people stopped having such risky sex. And then the people who do have the risky sex, they made drugs for them to prevent it. And then condoms, and they got the word out from early childhood. Magic Johnson was the big proponent.
The Western devil tried to rob my fertility with these demonic rubber bags. I said to them, you cannot stop me. Like standing next to a billboard that says, please, for the love of God, wear a condom, sponsored by the EU. And he's like,
never!
You will never trick me into wearing one of your demon Western bags.
They would explain that it makes your dick shrink or something. They would have some sort. It will shrink your penis until it fall off your body. And they show like a picture of like Elliot Page with a giant clit, and like this man here, condom took his cock.
Look at him. It fucked him up so bad. This was the star of a movie that I love called Juno. And now, because of condom, he is not a cute little boy. He is a weird-looking little man. Yeah.
I saw that.
An African guy who thought that that Ellen Page was a man in Juno. Yeah. So he said that would be yeah.
Oh, well, no, she played the woman in Juno, though.
I know, but I'm saying the African guy thinks that.
Oh, he
thought that the fertility was ruined by it. Yeah. They really don't have a good handle on AIDS down
Not
there.
even close. Like it's a problem. I read some stat. First of all, there was that stat about American literacy that was just rough. So let's get that out of the way first. It's not great.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not on us, though. We read just swell over here. All of our generations do as well, if you ask me. It's
what does it take to be literate? Do you have to be able to spell esophagus or something?
6th grade level is what they were using.
It's like it's bafflingly easy stuff. Like people, I think like one of the examples
don't
they
be
used,
so confident.
it was easy stuff as in like, it was like at this level, people are troubled greatly and will absolutely require assistance filling out basic government paperwork or going to the DMV. It's like a shocking level of illiteracy.
6th grade level. And it was like the majority maybe couldn't do it. But in African nations, and I don't remember the one in particular, they're all awful. I think there's something going on right now in like the Congo and with like the
they're always kicking off.
Remember the Rwandan genocide? I think that's popping off again. By the way, guess how many people died in the Rwandan genocide? I don't know exactly, but I have a pretty good handle on it, I think. Like an estimation. Like
510,000.
510,000. Woody, how many people do you think as you Google?
No, I'm changing. I didn't lock it in. 1.1 million. No, I'm sticking with my 510,000.
510,000 Rwandan genocide. Woody, do you have an answer?
Rwandan genocide? 1.1 million. I didn't just Google it. I Googled what continent is Yemen in because it was related to something else.
That's so funny.
I would have guessed Africa, but is in like some sort of
it's Asia. I wasn't sure either.
I was going to say Eurasia.
Like, that's not Europe, is it? Is that?
It's Middle East, so it's a mix.
Well, the continent is the important part. Like specifically though, like Yemen, what part is it in? It's only 500,000 to 800,000. I was given a much higher.
Isn't Yemen directly south of Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Okay.
I was given a much. Zagas.
What's the other one directly south of Saudi Arabia? Taylor.
Qatar.
I think it's Oman. Let me double.
Oh, you're right. It's Oman. No, right? It's Oman.
Yeah. Anyway, that's popping off again in Congo, and so I was reading about that, and he says only 800,000 people died. He says there were 500,000 rapes. I know there were a ton of sex crimes. There's the minority ethnic group that had previously held power over the region. I believe they were overthrown and maybe hunted down ruthlessly and exterminated. But I was looking at the AIDS rates of one of those smaller African nations. Again, it's that situation where I think there used to be a country called Zaire, and then it became something else. Like maybe it became the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then it became something else, and then I think it might be back to that. So fuck all the names over there, but they had like a 35 or 40% AIDS rate, like infection rate.
I saw something like that. I saw like South Africa, or at least certain populations in South Africa and Lesotho and a lot of those countries, or maybe isn't Lesotho like the fully landlocked, like somewhat sovereign nation in the middle of South Africa, and it has like a 30% HIV rate, 30% AIDS rate, I guess.
I really don't know. I just know in the small like country that they were focusing on, which was around Congo, that was involved in that war that's currently popping off.
Yeah, Congo's way north of.
It was a huge number. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know that. I don't know much about.
If
South
Africa wants us to like learn their country names, they got to fucking have some stick-to-itiveness. Like, make a decision
like
and stick with it.
There's too many. They're like states. I don't expect them to know the name of all our states. They just need one larger country.
Or
right?
just
and
have
I'll
it
memorize
like,
that.
Like having a Sudan and a South Sudan. Fuck.
That's bullshit. Yeah.
No, that's bullshit.
We'd never do that here in America.
If I conquered, but different countries, it would be like if Mexico was called South United States. We would immediately be like, get your own shit.
Did we have a New Mexico? That's crazy that we have that.
Yeah.
That's like, I mean, if they had New America, we'd be like, what? What do you mean? They're New United States?
If it was like, if it was one of their provinces,
the United States, but if we made New Canada, it'd be silly. And yet we have New Mexico.
It wouldn't make sense for them to have a new America unless they were like refounding something, right?
Why does it make sense that we have a New Mexico?
Because like it was Mexico and then we took it and then we were like, oh, it's New Mexico. It's kind of like New England.
How does that make any sense? It's not New
because
England.
it used to be an English territory and then we took it and we were like, all right, it's fucking New England. Well, like it used to be Mexican territory and then we took it and we go, it's New Mexico.
If someone went to Africa and just called it New America, then that'd be kind of parallel.
But
yeah, but we didn't own it.
Oh, we did kind of own, or England did kind of own it.
England had the New England.
So in this scenario, they would need to own the new place too.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's like, what are you even doing? Like just making shit up? And like, I guess so, because if I were the warlord who segmented South Sudan away from North Sudan, or which is just Sudan, first order of business is like online survey, name ideas, everyone go, because we're not staying South Sudan. We're having our own proud.
And
name.
And of course, Hitler did nothing wrong wins. And
yes,
so
just like the Mountain Dew survey, except then all we do is filter down until we get something good, like Baja Grape. Like we
that's what I was gonna say. The new nation of Baja Grape. Bum, 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 bum.
Now, although like in Africa, they have none of the history ties to Hitler, so they would like see that and they'd be like, "Did you know that this guy, all of his men wore Hugo Boss?" That is so tight. I love this.
In this scenario where you're the ruler of Baja Grape Africa, can I represent us in the Olympics in the 100-meter freestyle? That might be our best.
100%.
The African nation of Baja Grape
freestyle? No, he's swimming.
Style.
Swimming. He's talking about.
Oh, the landlocked land of
Baja Grape.
Baja Grape, which is South Sudan.
We would love it if you would perform for us. Please, please.
And like they would be impressed.
We got an above ground pool full of dead black guys.
I wouldn't even train in
this
swimming.
Man jumped into the water, and then afterward, you would not believe this. He emerged. He come out of the water after he gets in. He did not die.
I don't even train in swimming. I just devote all my energy to looking good in a swimsuit. That's the only thing that matters.
They're just all like, they just love that you gave an effort. They're like, he swam the entire pool, and unlike Mugumbe, he did not die and embarrass us on the world stage.
Mugumbe's still floating out there because everybody's afraid to go get him.
He's like, he leaps off the platform, immediately starts running.
It is not like running. You lied to me.
I was tricked.
It is just like running, Motambo.
It was this or skiing.
Well, you've seen that movie, right? With the Jamaican bobsled team, Cool Runnings.
Cool.
John Candy. Yeah. Was that a true story?
Yes.
I choose to believe it is.
Good for them. You know how I know it's a true story? Actually, I take it back. Well, I saw on Reddit a while back, they had the bobsled. They had the Cool Runnings bobsled. They were showing it, and I think they were in Jamaica, and I was like, oh, so it was all real. And then I was like, no, you dumbass, that's the movie prop. They just left the movie prop in Jamaica when they flew back home.
I Googled it. This is the AI answer. But it says the movie's pretty much fake. 1% is true, but there is a Jamaican bobsled team.
Good for them.
In the 88 Winter Olympics.
See, this is like the scales on dinosaurs. It will always be real to me.
There you go.
Cool.
Dude, I don't know why you're so anti-feather. Feathers are badass. Like,
badass.
You take a scaled dinosaur, which is basically a naked, undefended dinosaur, and you give them feathers, and those feathers fluffle up, and they get 30% bigger than they really are, and they shake and they wiggle, and the sound is intimidating like a rattlesnake's tail.
Even you don't think that's cool.
I do.
No, scales are tight. You see,
Zach,
if alligators had feathers, we'd
You know what I think? Have you seen that bird that does the beak slapping thing to intimidate its like enemies or whatever?
The something shoebill.
Yeah. So that thing like rapidly claps its beak together, and it's so fast, it's a bizarre noise. And I was thinking when I saw that, like, I bet that's a behavior that's not new. I can imagine a dinosaur doing that, like gnashing its teeth together and making a scary noise to scare you off.
Yeah. I did that at the grocery store.
The Dilophosaurus or whatever it is, that in Jurassic Park, it's the one that spits the acid, and I don't think it did that in real life. That's a real animal.
That's the shoebill crane.
Yeah. That's to me so scary. If you scale that up a little bit and you give it some weapons, like if all of a sudden that thing is 8 feet tall and beefy, 8 feet tall, 180 pounds, that is so scary.
Put scales on it, even scarier.
I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like it'd be easier to wound something that it was scales. Well, I feel like I don't know if you've ever tried to fight a bird before, Taylor, but it's hard to get I'm gonna tell you.
Sometimes I'll come across an ornery goose.
See, it's hard to get a good shot in on them because you hit all that fluff. They got that down. You know, they're just walking around wearing one of those winter jackets. It's all poofy like Kenny. You think you got them, but you just got some fluff.
Yeah, no, I would hate geese more on the way to my car in the parking lot if they had a bunch of scales, because I'd be like, I think this thing seems relatively armored.
If I worked for the Trump administration, clearly he like is mad at Canada for some petty reason. Like there seems to be a little vitriol there.
That hockey game.
I would be his venom guy. I'd be
the hockey game.
Yeah.
I bet
is that not why we're mad at Canada?
No. But I would have Trump go after their geese. I would do something petty like that. I would either have the geese renamed to American geese because they technically spend more of their time in a.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious!
I would take their goose away, and if that didn't work, I would exterminate them on other grounds. I would say that they they're taking away the nesting grounds of the American mallard, the most majestic of waterfowl, and we will no longer stand for the big loudmouth Canadians to telling them the Americans what's what. So we have sent a crew out to rub Vaseline on any goose egg that they find. We are exterminating their race. I actually did see where they were using nitrogen to take out some geese at some golf course or some shit.
Why would Vaseline be bad on the egg?
The eggs die.
I guess it doesn't breathe. Yeah. What if we went swan instead of mallard?
I don't think that seems more. Oh, you mean
it seems more like parallel to the goose.
We could pretend like they're messing with bald eagles for all I care. We could say that the geese are coming down here and they blinded a kid. They plucked his eye right out.
Oh,
little they would. Johnny America here.
They do like this isn't Carrie Lake. This one's Carrie River, and she's a geese victim, and they just talk about her for the next 6 years.
No, well. I think it's important that we remember.
Isn't she the one who was like murdered by an immigrant? They talk about Lincoln Riley is who I'm going.
Lincoln Riley. She was the one who was raped and murdered by an
River Riley. I like it.
Yeah. She's beaten to death over the course of like half an hour here in Athens, Georgia, by a migrant that we bussed around and flew around the country to on our dime. Hilarious. I'm glad that guy's in prison for the rest of his life, and they named a law. After
they should have sent him to El Salvador.
Dude, did you see those dudes being unloaded in El Salvador?
No, I did not.
Only some of them. The propaganda video had like 20 of them, and there's like 150 total.
Taylor, we sold a bunch of bad guys to El
We sold
Salvador. No, the opposite. We paid
Oh.
El Salvador a bunch of money to take these bad guys from us and put them in their scary Supermax. That dude, when they show that prison from the outside,
I've
like
seen
a big
that.
wide angle
Yeah.
lens, it looks like a future dystopic like prison colony. It looks very clean and futuristic, concrete, glass, and steel. And they have those guys hobbled, either bent over in a very awkward, like they walk like chimps. You know, chimps have that lurch bent over walk with their hands in front. Their ankles, they're shackled and bent over in a I've been shackled before to be transported. Never like this. They're hunched over like chimps, and they're being led with like a hand on the back of their neck and like a guy on either side, hands under their arms, dragging them into the facility. Fucking shave your beard off, like shave your head off.
I saw them do this with like the initial like the gang members where
This is happening now.
they
with the
scooped
people
up
we're
tons of
sending.
gang members, and now El Salvador has a remarkably low violent crime rate.
We
Because
are
it turns out if you lock up all these recidivist violent criminals, it gets better.
So
Shocking.
Taylor,
It's so weird.
just as a quick overview, what happened is, I guess in Aurora, Colorado, it was said that an apartment building was overrun with immigrant gangsters. Kyle, a little help on the country. Was it Venezuela?
Venezuela, Trinidad and Aragua.
So they
names too.
rounded up like 250 people. If that number's not right, it's not on purpose, but it's a lot more than they show in the video. And they sent them to El Salvador to be housed in their Supermax prison. If you look at the video, it's hard to disagree with it because these guys look so scary and they're all in their prison uniforms. So clearly they're bad people.
They're all
and they
tatted
have
up.
beards like bad people and tats. And the couple that get their camera close-ups, oh my God, they're like made for TV gangsters. They're even still a little defiant. You know, there's like a vibe about them. Like, do you think
A machismo.
Do you think El Salvador's Supermax prisons are going to take me down? Like, yes.
I've had worse.
Yes.
No, you
Right.
haven't.
No,
But
yeah.
the other side of the argument is that none of these people were convicted. Some of them weren't even identified. They just grabbed them and threw them on. They don't know their real names. None of them had any due process, but they're gone. And it's like, ooh, this is a little problematic. And now someone went to court on their behalf, and the judge said, turn the plane around. And Trump said, a suck a fat one, and defied official order. So then they put it in writing because there's this thing about the nonverbal one. I'm sorry, about the verbal order.
Yeah.
And he's like, we don't listen to verbal orders, which is not a legal thing. So they're like, okay, please explain to us why the third plane kept going too. That one came after the written order. And they're like, we need more time to get back to you. So they just pretty much openly defied the judge who said you can't like send these people away without any kind of trial or anything. And again, they didn't know their names though. Like you're supposed to.
So they're all
That was called Killer. And that's dirty
This
Mike
one
right
is-
there.
Yeah. They call him
didn't even
95.
ID them before they put them in an El Salvador prison. I know you're saying good because you're assuming that they made good choices when they picked the people.
Yeah.
But you can't assume they made good choices when they don't even know their names. So that's the other side of the argument. You can land wherever you want. I think our new dynamic of not arguing so strongly anymore is better. But anyway, that I've tried to present both sides of the story.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the side of deport the illegals, and if there are a bunch of violent criminals that are taking over apartment complexes in neighborhoods, like a judge who's trying to undo that is like actively making decisions that are harmful to Americans, and so I'm totally fine with just ignoring something where it's like you need to bring these people back.
I doubt the judge is politicizing anything. I bet that judge is thinking like, I want to make sure Taylor doesn't get black bagged and hauled off to Nicaragua or some shit too.
Surely that's what it is.
I bet that
it's a George
I doubt that the judge is a member of a Venezuelan street gang. So it's probably something in the middle. However, I just wanted to point out that it looked hardcore as fuck. They were like good, bad, or ugly. They were flown to that country far away, and they were shackled up like chimpanzees, and they were forcibly shaved head and beard and like thrown into those chain gang lines. It's crazy.
Is this an old one? Oh, this is 4 days ago because I watched some of the the big thing when they were doing their own.
Dude, it looks like a movie.
Gang removals,
Mhm.
and it looked a lot like this. So this checks out. This is how they roll in.
Whoever
El Salvador.
filmed this is not documenting; they're filming. Okay, this is made with a flair. This is made with production design. Okay, this is not documentary. This is a little bit of film. Like somebody is shooting this dramatically. Like they have this is not the lens that just views with a blank stare or whatever. I don't know how to phrase it correctly, but this is not an impartial lens. This is
these guys are having a bad time. Oh, I'm sorry. Are these El Salvadorian guards a little tougher to intimidate than that elderly woman who lived next to you in the apartment complex? I'm so sorry.
With the scenarios.
If you're right, I agree with you. I just worry that they didn't even get their names. They just threw them on planes and like identified them by vibe.
Well, his street name is Baby Eater Mike. No, I agree.
Call him the rapist.
Like I think nobody. We all want to be tough on crime, but I think that tough on crime gets waived anytime we want to do some shit and take away some liberty. So you got to walk that thin line. I hope that they did send Venezuelan street gang members to that hellhole, but I hope they didn't accidentally scoop up a fucking taco stand vendor or I don't know, something like that.
Yeah,
I doubt. You know what I mean?
How many
kind of
people
rough.
was it? Was I right about 250? I have 150 in my head. I don't want to be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
In the video,
I remember
it says
doing the
over
math.
200 alleged members, and so
Okay, so I was close.
It was like a $250,000
you're
a
in
piece
the
or something.
ballpark.
I remember doing the math in my head, and it was going to cost like $250,000 a piece or something like that. What we paid them to take them, and I was like, "That's a steal."
That might be a bargain. Yeah, is prisoner want 50 grand a year? Does that sound
I
right
think
to
it's
you?
50. I have that number in my head too.
Yeah. So 5 years of break even.
5 years.
Well, El Salvador has these big, beautiful prisons that are just looking for a bunch of gang members.
They're so scary. That
Good.
Who's they in your sentence?
that prison,
The prisoner
that prison
or the
and its
prison?
facilities,
Oh, okay,
and
prison.
it's
Dude, have you seen the stats on who commits violent crime? It's like a shockingly low number of people. Like in New York, something like a plurality of violent assaults and sex crimes and stuff was committed by 1,000, 2,000 people, and it was just them in a revolving door, just over and over and over and over and over. And so it's take those people and lock them up forever. They've already showed they can't participate in common society, at least not nice Western common society. And so fuck off. A lot of people just need to be locked up. If you're a repeat violent offender, you're out. No more chances. No more coming out. Shut it down.
So,
their rights don't supersede the rights of the people they're going to harm.
When I was younger than you, 3 strikes you're out was created, and I was 10,000% on board. I'm look, I don't necessarily want to ruin a guy forever for a bar fight, but when we get into triplicates here, well, now you're telling me who you are. And now every so often there's one was this sort of justifiable bar fight. One was the thing that, it actually makes him a bad guy. And the other is this new thing that's a misunderstanding. He didn't even start the fight. And now that's his 3rd strike and he's screwed. Is that the common situation? Probably not. Yeah. But I was like, man, when you take away judgment from judges with these mandatory sentences, I think you might make a mistake. It should be a guideline that the judge is inclined to follow, but still is allowed to use.
I like those slap on the wrist type judges myself.
Well, I mean, I'm not going for that either. But if a judge could use judgment, that. Okay, let's admit this one thing is a bullying incident. We hate that. This other thing, he was the bullying victim. And that's not the same as the other violent crimes.
I don't think that's reminiscent of most of these situations, though. I think most of them are involved.
That's why
in
I like
violent
guidelines, but not mandates.
If you're involved in if you're involved in 8 violent crimes and you claim they're all self-defense, I don't believe you.
Have you ever seen a Chuck Norris movie? It happens.
It does.
That's
sometimes
true.
Everywhere you go, all the time, you're attacked by groups of ninjas. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Lay the fuck down?
And he has to kung fu the ninjas to death.
Hell no, I'm not gonna lay the fuck down. I'm Delta Force. I already rescued those guys back in Nam. I'm gonna defend myself. They're mass ninjas. They could be commies. And so I did. Okay. turns out
Stop being so silly, Taylor.
I'm being
it was Halloween, and I misunderstood some things. But that 3 strikes you're out. I don't think so.
It was Halloween and I
No.
misunderstood. That's funny.
Like,
I just want to get it right. Like I'll throw away Key. I'm right with you on like
I
the guy you're
empathize,
describing, etc. But you know, every so often there's a guy who's like, man, I did one shitty thing. The other 2 were kind of more borderline, but 3 strikes.
I
No
think
choices to be made.
what's more common than the like
I don't want
innocent
common. I want to be
guy.
right
I want to be
all
the
the
one to
time.
decide.
like
Don't
I
you?
think more common, it's like someone commits a violent assault, some defender and then judge gives them leniency, and then they go and assault another innocent person because they haven't like that's what
never
I
happened.
think really is going on. Yeah, that doesn't happen thousands of times a day all the time. And so
I mean,
it's
you bring
like,
a really good point. And I'm like, man, like, so there's I'm going to misquote it, but it's like, it's better to set 100 guilty men free than to lock one innocent one up. And it's like, all right, do you agree with that or not?
no, because
What?
those 100
Fuck.
no, because it's more complicated than that. Like it's a crime. You don't want to be locking up innocent people,
Right.
but 100 guilty violent assaulters, murderers, rapists, whatever, back
Look at
out
all
on
these
the street.
qualifications.
harms-
Look at all these qualifiers.
Well, these aren't
we're adding to
qualifiers.
it
That's
now.
what we're talking about.
The
You're
innocent
talking-
guys didn't get qualifiers. They didn't get to be priests and mothers and children. They just got to be the innocent who were
add
convicted.
whatever qualifier.
But the bad
you
guys
want.
get the qualifiers. All right, it's you and your family, all of them.
So
Let's
Taylor,
see.
like, just you would do 199
No, it's
bad
just you
guys
and
and
your
one
family.
good guy. You'd lock them all up and say society's better on average.
Oh, on average, like if we're just
I
using
mean,
an
they
average,
are better
yes.
on average.
Yes,
I'm just
yes,
not
on
sure.
average they would be better. Like morally, it's
My goal
it's a
isn't
quandary
my goal
because
isn't,
because
finding
think about
no
this.
crime
Like
and no
let's
freedom.
take 99 murderers, just to use the most baseline, like, or 100 murderers, 100 people accused of murder, 99 of them are guilty, 1 is innocent.
Mhm.
Back to the qualifiers.
What
Woody said
What
100 men.
is
He said guilty men and innocent men.
I'm just picking a crime, murder.
No,
Would you rather
are.
do
You're
rape?
making it harder.
Oh, I'm okay. Well, if it's making it harder, that's good. 100 murder people accused of murder, 99 guilty, 1 innocent. All 100 are locked up. Does the murder rate go down or up?
Down.
Irrelevant.
Down. And so all the people's lives who would have been murdered are continuing. And so if you're just doing this like weird utilitarian math question, then yes, that is better. It's only when you get into like a moral quandary of like, is that one person's innocence worth the other 99 people potentially murdering
99.
more
That's
people?
interesting because it would be 2,000 people, 2,000 Americans a year we'd send to the electric chair who were innocent with your plan.
And how many would not be innocent? Like 100.
I get if we're going to free
90,000.
all the murder convictions on the other way.
It would be
No,
190,000 murderers.
No.
being
What I'm saying
executed?
is what I'm
We don't have
saying
that
is
many murders here.
we're not looking at whether there would be it's a better future or it's a happier time or we just want to live in a society where that's true. It's like what's right and wrong, right? It's a philosophical question, not a math
Yeah.
question.
Also,
That's why
I
on
think
the
Taylor's
philosoph-
math
I don't
is
want innocent
wrong.
people going to
And
jail.
I just want to explain where I'm coming from.
Sure.
In his scenario, every innocent man was going free too. And I guess that is how I laid it out. So in fairness, but I think in the practice, if we wanted to make sure no innocent men got locked up, then probably not 99 guilty ones also go free. Probably we get like 90 of the guilty ones, and then 9 guilties get lumped in with the innocent, but at least no innocents go to prison. Did I explain it clearly?
Yes. And so
Okay.
like it was the framing of like the 99 to 1 that made it very
Right.
easy for me at least to be
Uh-huh.
like, yeah, obviously that's better for
So now we're like, well, we have good evidence
just
against
moral
90,
quandary.
but
But if it's
we've made
like,
our burden of proof high enough that the innocent guy goes free, and sadly, so do 9 guilties.
Yeah. And so if that's it, then it's like
Now it's harder.
it does
at
get
least.
harder. Yeah,
Yeah,
because you like there is a lot of value to the innocent person not being scooped up.
Aren't we just doing one of
wrongly.
those train track like conversations at this point?
Yeah,
Yes.
the trolley.
Yeah, that is what it is.
Yeah, I don't want
The
to send
trolley
any
dilemma,
innocent people
maybe?
to prison.
What is the number that no,
Well,
that's
it's a silly
not fair
question,
fair
right?
question.
It's
not
a silly
fair I was
question.
I'm
Yeah,
right
yeah.
here.
gonna ask.
Well, like you're asking, what's the number of imbalance that?
No,
would
I
be
didn't
comfortable with?
ask that because that would have been an unfair framing. And so
Yeah,
I totally empathize with what you're saying. Like it is better to have more
To
innocent
circle back to
people
the
out.
previous conversation, now we're throwing people into an El Salvador Supermax, and we don't even know their name. But they
You
kind of
keep saying
seem
that.
like gangsters.
We don't know their name, but we know their name's not Mike Smith from Georgia. We know
Why
their
did they
name
not give their names when asked?
Yeah, and some of them have no criminal records, and some of them we don't even know their names. And, so that's like you don't know.
I would
their criminal
imagine that
record.
if they were citizens and like mechanics, they would have given their name and they would have checked it, but they're likely not. They're probably gang affiliated.
I don't think anyone's claiming they're like
Yeah.
upstanding citizens. Your doctors in
Sure.
there somewhere.
Yeah.
But we are definitely saying that like we don't really know if they did anything. They just seem
And I-
like the people that
I do
things.
care less about the rights of non-citizens than I care about citizens.
This is also nebulous to me. Like it just feels like we're talking
Okay.
about a fog or something. Because my question would be, okay, we sold these people to El Salvador, or no, we paid
kinda
El
weird
Salvador.
we, had
phrasing.
to,
Yeah.
we had to pay
Yeah.
for it.
Hey,
There's no
we
way they
paid
give
the-
us money.
We paid
Right.
these people to take these human beings from us. What are they going to do with them? Are they going to try them? I would imagine they are. I would imagine they're going to be tried in the Venezuelan system for the
El
crimes that they
Salvadorian.
committed in Venezuela and then be punished as such. Because it doesn't make sense to me. And I'm thinking like from a capitalist standpoint, it doesn't make sense business wise for me for this prison to say, yeah, we'll just house them forever. Like in the dark wing where we have no idea who anybody is.
Mhm.
They're going to want to identify and punish with the correct years and then shuffle them out of their prison so they can sell those beds to more Americans, right?
Yes.
I'm quickly searching to see if they're being tried.
Yeah, I just think it's in their best interest, and I usually look to that to guide me to what will happen for them to try and then punish on a case-by-case basis rather than, do the Tower of London or whatever and just keep them there forever. I mean, it also, like, the most financially astute thing to do would be to kill them, to just kill
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
That is,
you know-
if you're looking at finances, death penalty is cheap if you don't have a million layers of safeguards. But for something like the death penalty,
You had them at 35,000 feet over the Atlantic
I
Ocean.
have a
Taylor.
few more facts. First of all, there was 238 of them. So I said 250. I was wrong,
Yeah,
but close.
close.
And it doesn't look like they're going to be tried at all. They were just sent away under the Alien Enemies Act, which is something that we use when we're at war with another country and their people are in ours. And it's from like 1798. Yes.
A lot of our laws are.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. This is one of those laws that I think hasn't really been invoked for a long time. They didn't even use it in World War II.
I thought they used it against the Japs to intern them.
We used something against the Japs
we
to
used
intern
something.
them.
Yeah, I forget that there were the people got
Yeah.
tried in World War II and they didn't now. And it doesn't look like they're gonna be tried, but I'm just looking at one article.
I'm not sure about that. I would want to get further clarification because my understanding was, look, the way historians seem to look at the internment of Japanese during World War II is this major faux pas. It's like, oh my God, can you believe that we were as bad as the Nazis? And it's like, fuck you. Those weren't extermination camps. Those were keeping those sneaky Japs at bay because they would have been throwing
Yes.
fucking ball bearings into the gears.
All the
of
George
plants.
Takais.
They'd have been draining the gas out of military trucks.
It's a
Who knows
good
what-
thing they locked me up. I was going to go hog wild.
I know you were Sulu, you son of a bitch. They'd have had little
Yes.
Sulu in some sort of. They'd have put him in a World War II fighter plane, like a little gremlin inside of it, tinkering
Oh.
around. His tiny
It was
Jap
used
hands.
in World War II against
there we go.
non-citizens of Japan, Germany, and Italy. So I was wrong.
Yeah, I didn't know they got any Germans or.
Do you think the
Italians. That's
Italian
often-
guys were like really loud as they were being taken?
I
It's like, oh, come on! Like, just
Talking with their hands, like, can we get these cups off?
I've never heard
This is a
that.
freedom of speech issue here. I can't express myself.
I've never heard that before about Italians or Germans. In fact, I've often heard it
There's
touted
mostly
by the Japanese that like they didn't take any Germans. They didn't do this to the Italians. And then I know that like I think the Italian mob was helping the U.S. government guard the port in maybe New York, like during that
think you're
time because
right.
there was
remember
fear
this.
of Nazi infiltration via the ports, and there were U-boats out in the Atlantic, of course. You know, it was a whole thing. Like they were on the other side of the world, but they weren't at the same time. There was always the fear of that, and
But
I'm pretty
those
sure
sound
that
like Americans. You're saying Italian mob, you might be right, but I'm
Well,
interpreting
Italian
them to be-
immigrants. Those were Americans that we locked up, I believe. Those are just Japanese immigrants that were just American citizens, I thought.
I think a lot of them weren't citizens, but there were citizens in there too. Like a lot of citizens.
I mean, George Takei was a little kid. I'm almost positive he was born here, and they threw
That's
him
what I'm
into
saying.
that
I
camp.
think it was mostly citizens.
They were guards aiming rifles at me when I took a piss.
It was where I had my first gay experience, and I loved it. I have fond memories of the camp. I learned to play baseball and got my dick sucked.
Dude, he was like 6.
Oh, I don't know. I thought he was like 100 years old. I don't know.
I mean, he's old, but that was World War II.
That's true.
He remembers still to have an 80.
I'm Japanese,
years
so
ago.
it's hard to tell. I age so well.
Dude, William Shatner's still kicking it. How old is Shatner?
Dude, he's like
crazy.
90 now. Good for him.
He is the best looking 90-year-old ever. Like Clint Eastwood is still making
93.
movies. So Clint Eastwood is also 93 or 94 roughly. He made a movie last year that's a really good movie. But like that guy looks great.
I don't normally defend the fat, but I think they age better just cosmetically.
He's plump and it keeps his skin tight, and he has the best wig designer in the world. Like whoever comes up with William Shatner's wig, he hasn't had hair.
Wigs?
Dude, he's been bald since the movies. Like the first, like Star Trek 2, maybe. He's got a wig in that. Like he's
I didn't know.
He's got a girdle on in Star Trek 1. You know what I mean? Like this is a fat bald man, and it used to be he was a sex symbol in the late 60s. I mean, you've seen him. He looks like fucking Romeo out of Romeo and Juliet or some shit. And then like, you know, he's 94, you said?
He's 93.
He looks
and
amazing.
He looks unbelievable for 93.
Yeah. He's the best 94-year-old or whatever I've ever seen.
What oh, you said Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, I mean he has that like
he's 94 and he like for a 90, I mean, he looks old as shit, so does Shatner, but like for a 94-year-old, Clint Eastwood looks incredible.
Eastwood always stayed fit. He was fit even in his later roles that were like old man roles. Like there was a movie called Space Cowboys where they had to repairing a satellite that was antiquated, so they flew up an old astronaut who never was. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
I know the guy that taught William Shatner how to fly a paramotor.
Who took this picture?
I don't know who took the picture.
I'm just wondering why William Shatner looks so goddamn good. I mean,
well,
he's
2003 or something.
Yeah, he's 72 in this photo.
Oh, that explains it. I'm like, damn, he looks good. I thought Eric Farewell had done some doctoring on this guy's face.
That guy on the left is Jeff Goen. I know him, and he's like big in the paramotor world, like a safety advocate, and he flies commercial jets. Anyway, they made a series of DVDs about like how to fly paramotors safe and make good decisions, and they star William Shatner.
That's cool. He's a bit of an icon. He had this moment in maybe the 80s, early 90s where I think he didn't like that he became Captain Kirk, and that was kind of it. I mean, he was TJ Hooker, and he did a few other little things. He was in this thing called The Land of the Spiders.
I don't know that.
It's black and white. He did a bunch of Shakespearean shit like back in the day. He's a well-trained actor, but he became Captain Kirk. And I think that he made this statement about the Trek conventions and the rabid fans, maybe in the 80s, where he said, get a life. You people need to get a life. And it's like, dude, don't say that. This is the cash cow that'll you'll be 90. If you told him then, like, dude, you'll be 93 and you'll still be Captain fucking Kirk and you can make a living out of it, he wouldn't have believed you. But that's what he was. He became Captain Kirk, and every now and then he cashes in on it. He did a video game commercial like a decade ago, and he's sitting on the couch playing the Star Trek video game with the Gorn. The Gorn is in the seat next to him. It's a man wearing a terrible rubber Gorn costume. It looks like the original costume.
Which is to say it looks bad.
Terrible. And whoever loses gets mad about it, and they stand up and he's like, you want a piece of me? And they have the old school fight in like slow motion with the double fist like hitting
this was a really popular punch at one point, I guess. As a 6-year-old, I thought this would be a more effective fighting technique.
Not at all.
Like hold your own hand.
Hurt your fingers.
I don't think I've ever done it. I just learned from TV.
I know
he was in a lawyer movie or TV show series. I thought.
Boston Legal. He was in that.
Yes, I loved him in that.
Okay, you're right. That was a big resurgence for his career. That was his second like gem in his crown, I bet, if he looks back, because he did a good job in that, and it went on for years and was successful with like a number of other people in it.
Help me with the movie that had TV show that had Alec Baldwin and Tina Fey.
30 Rock.
30 Rock. I cannot stop calling it Third Rock from the Sun, even though I know it's wrong. Anyway, he to me was the same as Alec Baldwin in that. Kind of a, not the main actor, but really important. And somehow his gravitas made the whole show better. He's what Danny DeVito is to Always Sunny. Like Shadow did a great job in Boston Legal.
No, yeah, I agree. I agree completely. I didn't watch too much of it. I think it had like Candace Bergman, and maybe it had I always space on his name. Doesn't matter. Anyway, good show. He looks ridiculous for his age, despite the fact that he was fat his whole life. That's not usually a great predictor for longevity. Like that's why I think Clint Eastwood and Gene Hackman are peers, not only in age, but their careers sort of rode side by side. They did a lot of stuff at the same time, and Hackman was always kind of schlubby, and Clint Eastwood was always lifting weights. And I wonder if that has anything to do with your brain health later on.
I'm sure. Yeah,
I'm still bummed out about that Hackman thing. That's such a sad, dark story.
Small sample size, but I look at Biden versus Trump, and I mean, if you try to look at them through a nonpartisan lens, it's like Trump's brain does seem a little more on top of it than Biden's does.
For sure. Yeah.
And that's the fat, skinny comparison again. Small sample, I know. But
you get to hear Trump speak off the seat of his pants enough that you can kind of get an insight, especially if he's asked enough questions. He said something the other day. He said, we don't want to get over our skis on this. I was like, I've never heard you use like an analogy like that before, but like
an idiom.
An idiom, rather. Yeah. I've never heard him do that. And I was like, maybe he is more with it than anybody gives him credit for. Like he seems like he's really on top of this topic. Every now and then they'll ask him about something, and he's like, huh? Oh, my God, there was a reporter the other day with an accent. He couldn't, an Indian guy.
That's one of the funny, that might be an all-time Trump moment. It was some Indian guy. He had to have a guy who speaks English translate an Indian speaking English. And so the Indian guy was like, so Mr. Trump, we are so very excited to partner with you and there's no trade agreement and to make sure that our countries together are working well. And then Trump's like waiting. And then some English guy's like, Mr. Trump, we're incredibly excited to begin our endeavor into this trade agreement. And then Trump's like, I can't understand what this guy's saying.
Dude, it's hilarious. There's a YouTube video where these people are like Afghani or something like that. And in the video, every time the Afghani guy talks, they put subtitles underneath it. And the guy in the video is like, this is bullshit. I speak very good. Why are there subtitles right here? I'm speaking English.
I was picturing
Khabib. Did we talk about Khabib getting removed from that flight because his English wasn't good enough?
I'm not sure if we talked about it.
Yeah, he had the same thing. So Khabib's English is broken. It's plenty fine to have a conversation, but he's going to miss the finer details. And they were like, they didn't think he spoke enough English, I guess, to be to assist people in the emergency aisle, and they made him move, and it became a whole controversy. But his counterpart, Conor McGregor, this week was, of course, in the Oval Office inexplicably, alongside President Trump. I love his reaction to this. It's the same one I had.
It's a rapist.
I was like, what's that rapist doing in the Oval Office? I was like, oh my God, there's a rapist in the Oval Office, and Conor McGregor's there too. What's going on?
Okay, yeah. But like between Trump bringing Andrew Tate in and Conor McGregor in, I'm like, we're really pretty rape friendly.
Tate wasn't in the Oval, was he?
Not that I know of, but I think that he the
assisted
Trump
with his immigration,
helped him get to America. Yeah.
Fair. However, he's in the Oval Office, and Trump's got his big map of the Gulf of America, and he's like, renamed it the Gulf of America. Did you see this? Did you see? Very proud. And he's like, and Conor McGregor was perfect. He sort of jumps back to better appraise the photo. He's like squares himself to the photo, like very quickly. He's like, oh, congratulations, Mr. President. Oh, your work ethic, it's inspiring. It's inspiring.
Yeah, he went on about the work ethic for a while. And I saw it through two lenses. One, I'm like, oh my God, glaze him some more. But two, that's exactly how you glaze Trump. That is it. I bet there wasn't a better thing to say that would ingratiate yourself with Trump.
Then he addressed the news media. Conor McGregor, this is from the podium in the briefing room about Ireland, immigration, illegal and otherwise, and his thoughts on all that and the world. And everyone took notes as the bare-knuckled fighter explained to them the intricacies of geopolitics and illegal immigration and culture. And
he's running for president.
He can try. I don't know.
Dude,
if
he's got HGH head. He's got
a big
strong McGregor.
Head,
look at him. He's got strong HGH head.
His
100%.
face has changed a lot. I need to look at it again through the
I bet they put him on it
spot.
to heal his leg up, and he just kept on riding it. He's like, my head's getting so big. Oh,
Yeah.
Lately,
look
got
at
an
his
image here.
There might be an even better one. When I saw a picture of him standing there
This is
addressing.
smart. Put your head next to JD Vance to minimize what you
Yeah.
got going on.
Well, I love JD Vance. I think it's good to have fat, round-faced male representation.
And the Trumpster looks pretty good in this photo. I'm just gonna say it. And I think Conor always looks just athletic, powerful, and pretty good. But he definitely has swollen the size.
You see
of his
that? Yeah, he's got the HGH. I mean, of course, he looks like fit and strong because he's a professional fighter. But like
he's
that
big,
HGH head,
Woo.
that's what I saw. That I was like, this dude's still juicing
He's
it
full
up.
too. Now, look. I don't think it's as big as. I think he's also very full right now. Like, obviously, he's not overweight, but this is more overweight.
Yeah, he's not dieting
than most people have seen him be. This is him at. Like, I'm sure he's probably got abs, but he's not like
retaining water.
He's got an extra 10 pounds of like water weight on him. You know, he's not as fat and chunky.
Doesn't
as he
tea
looks.
make you retain water? Yeah, it does. Your muscles fill with glycogen. Am I right? I'm not sure.
Probably.
I think creatine makes you retain water.
Mm-hmm.
I think green tea does too. So I think you're right on that.
I don't know about green tea.
Maybe.
In any case, though, it was insane to see him there. He is. Was he convicted of rape? It's rather important.
He was civilly convicted of rape.
He was civilly convicted of something, and it
did they do
bad.
it in a criminal court and it didn't pan out, or did they never do a criminal court?
I don't know, and it's Ireland, which makes the little I know about the law change even less.
Yeah.
Ask your barrister friend. He'll know.
Yes, ask your local barrister about this. And we're a little
disconnected from Irish legalese, but that it's also seemed like there's been multiple accusations, and he also, it's a bad look. Oh, I was listening. Look, this is completely off topic. I know we're over 4 hours. We can probably wrap soon, but I was watching the 2 Chainz rap video, "Birthday." You know the song, right? It's like, "Birthday, it's your birthday. Bury me inside the Louis store." You know that song, right?
I probably do.
Well, anyway,
might have
they
I heard
asked me what. Anyway, look it up. It's a real good song. Watch the
Featuring
music video.
Kanye West.
Watch the yes. I had it on my other monitor, and I was listening to it or whatever. I was jamming out, playing my Baldur's Gate, and I looked over, and it's Kanye's part. Kanye comes on like halfway through. Kanye's riding a bicycle with 4 whores, 2 on each side, barely dressed, walking beside him as he raps. The bicycle is towing a small trailer on which is an enormous cake made of titties, like just titties with big sticking out nipples all over it, all rimming the edges, the top. The whole cake is titty themed, and he's rapping about whores and stuff, and it's great. It's one of the most. And then there's a part later on where they have 2 sets of identical African twins, Taylor. Okay,
I'm watching the titty cake right now.
Wait till you get to the African twins. At first, I didn't notice they were twins, but they are. It's 2 sets of twins, and they got the ladies dancing on them in the backyard with like a midget drinking a 40, and then there's like a dirty Indian man who like breaks it down. It's an awesome music video. I don't think they do them like this anymore. Last time I saw a music video, I think was that Nicki Minaj Anaconda video that was just like.
This is from 2012. So
that was awesome.
A good while ago.
There's
a midget.
There's a midget. He's got a 40, right? He's dancing around and stuff.
I froze it on the picture of him dancing with a 40. Yeah.
Yeah, he's having a good time.
Your recall on this in space is incredible.
That's check that music video out if you're listening. You hear this?
Yeah.
You've been with us for 4 hours, and 7 minutes at this point. It's time to end the evening with a little 2 Chainz.
A little too
All right.
You know
So
why they
check
call
out
it
our
2 Chainz?
sponsors in the links below. Check out Doug Polk, PKA 744.